Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Before tonight's story begins, I just need 1 minute of your time. 9 months ago, I started this channel with 0 subscribers. Today, thanks to you, we've grown to over 5,000 subscribers. That number may seem small to some people, but to me, it means everything. You're not just viewers anymore. You've become like family. Lately, it's been heartbreaking to watch people copy my thumbnails, my editing style, and even my video titles, then make money from them while my own channel suffers. Instead of giving up, I've decided to start a new chapter. I've launched a new channel, and you'll find the link in the pinned comment. There I'll be sharing true scary stories from all kinds of categories, not just park ranger stories. Today I need your support, my family. If you've ever enjoyed my stories, please consider subscribing to the new channel. Your support means more to me than you can imagine, and it gives me the strength to keep going. Thank you for standing by my side. Now, turn off the lights, get comfortable, and let's begin tonight's story. It's funny how something as simple as a sign can lead to disaster. That little wooden sign pointing to an old forest road. How was I supposed to know? My name's Mason Garrett. Been with search and rescue for a decade now. In 2008, I took a wrong turn near Kalmiopsis Wilderness, Oregon, while tracking down an overdue hiker. Routine stuff, or at least I thought. The road was supposed to be closed, but there wasn't a soul around for miles. So I figured I'd use it to shave off some time. By the time I realized it had been abandoned for years, it was too late. The brush had crept across the asphalt like nature had decided this place didn't belong to anyone anymore. The forest up here gets dense, and I mean claustrophobic. You lose sight of the sky pretty quickly, and the world shrinks down to what's in front of you. I was about 20 minutes into the drive when the road narrowed too much for my truck to pass. My GPS had quit on me about 5 miles back, so I was left relying on what little cell service I could squeeze out. I parked, grabbed my pack, and hoofed it from there. I'd dealt with worse situations before, but something about this one felt off. My boots crunched over sticks and leaves, but that familiar sound, the one that usually kept me company in the woods, felt swallowed up, like the forest was waiting for me to stop moving. That sign, though, I keep coming back to it in my nightmares. Hand-painted and weathered, leaning at an angle that should have warned me. FR27 Kalma Pass Access. The letters had been faded by rain and sun, barely legible against the peeling paint. Beneath them, something had been scratched into the wood. Not carved, but scratched, like someone had used their fingernails. Just 3 words, "Turn back now." I'd laughed it off. Vandalism happens all the time in remote areas. Probably some teenagers trying to scare hikers. Wish I'd listened. The deeper I went into those woods, the more wrong everything felt. Not just quiet. Vacuum quiet. The kind of silence that makes your ears strain for anything familiar. I've spent my life in forests. I know their languages. This one wasn't speaking. It was holding its breath. The air changed too. You know that feeling before a thunderstorm? The heaviness, the way it presses against your skin? It was like that, but without the promise of release. Just pressure building with every step. I'd been searching for Kyle Henderson for almost 6 hours by then. Mid-30s guy, experienced hiker who'd gone off-grid 2 days earlier. His girlfriend had called it in, frantic with worry. "He always checks in," she'd told the dispatcher, her voice cracking. "Every night without fail. Something's wrong." We'd tracked his cell phone to its last ping, somewhere in the northwest quadrant of the Kalmiopsis Wilderness area. Standard procedure would have been to take the main access road a good hour's drive to reach the trailhead, but that damn sign promised a shortcut. My radio crackled periodically, the sound distorted and warped. I could make out fragments of dispatch checking in, but my responses wouldn't transmit. Static swallowed my words, replacing them with something that sounded almost like whispers. I switched it off after the 3rd try. The battery was low anyway. The light began to change as afternoon bled into evening. Not the golden hour photographers love, but something greener, more sickly. It filtered through the canopy in patches, illuminating the forest floor in ways that played tricks on my eyes. Shadows seemed to flicker and shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. I've never been the superstitious type. 10 years in SAR teaches you that most mysteries have rational explanations. People get lost because they make mistakes, not because something takes them. But in those woods, following that road, rationality felt thin. There was a moment, I'll never forget it, when I stopped to check my compass. Just stood there dead still, listening. And I swear the forest stopped too. No insects, no birds, no wind, nothing but the sound of my own heart beating too fast in my chest. And then, very faintly I heard it. A low, rhythmic sound. Not quite footsteps, more like something being dragged across the ground. Thump scrape, coming from somewhere ahead. I called out, "Hello? Kyle? Search and rescue?" The sound stopped instantly. The silence that followed was worse somehow. I pushed forward, picking up my pace. The path narrowed, hemmed in by ferns that seemed to reach for my ankles as I passed. Twice I thought I saw movement in my peripheral vision, just quick flickers of something pale moving between trees. Both times I spun around, hand on my flashlight, ready to defend myself. Nothing. Just trees and mist and the growing certainty that I wasn't alone. The coordinates for Kyle's last known location were still a half-mile ahead. The light was fading fast now, shadows pooling around the bases of trees, stretching toward me like dark fingers. I clicked on my flashlight, its beam seeming feeble against the encroaching darkness. That's when I found the first strange marking. A symbol carved into a massive Douglas fir, about eye level. It wasn't fresh. The edges had darkened with age, but it wasn't any trail marker I recognized. A vertical line with 3 horizontal slashes through it, and beneath it, a crude drawing of what might have been an eye. As I stood examining it, a cold breeze whispered through the trees. Not the natural movement of air, but a focused stream, as if someone or something had exhaled slowly against the back of my neck. I whirled around, heart hammering. The forest behind me was empty, but different somehow. The trees seemed to have shifted position, the path I'd been following less distinct. For one disorienting moment, I couldn't remember which direction I'd come from. The compass. Check the compass, Mason. I fumbled it out of my pocket. The needle spun lazily, settling briefly in one direction before sliding to another. Then another. It kept moving, completing a full circle before I shoved it back into my pocket with shaking hands. It was then that I noticed the smell. Subtle at first, just at the edges of perception. Something organic yet wrong, like meat left too long in the sun, but earthier. It grew stronger as I moved forward, becoming so thick I could taste it at the back of my throat. The light was almost gone now. My flashlight beam caught the glint of something metal through the trees. Kyle's campsite had to be close. I pushed through a dense thicket, branches clawing at my face and arms, leaving thin scratches that stung in the cool air. And then I was there, standing at the edge of a small clearing. Kyle's blue tent was pitched beneath a massive cedar, his backpack hanging from a branch as it should be to keep food away from bears. His camp stove sat on a flat rock, a pot still on the burner. Everything neat, orderly, except for the silence, except for the smell, stronger now, except for the deep, unshakable feeling that something was watching me from just beyond the circle of my flashlight's beam. "Kyle?" I called, my voice sounding thin and weak in the heavy air. "Kyle Henderson? Search and rescue." No answer came from the tent. No movement disturbed the eerie stillness of the campsite. But as the echo of my voice faded, I heard it again. That dragging sound, closer now. Thump scrape. Thump scrape. And underneath it, almost too faint to hear, a wet, raspy breathing. The tent zipper made an obscenely loud sound as I pulled it open, the metal teeth separating with a prolonged screech that seemed to carry through the trees. I half expected, hoped really, to find Kyle inside, maybe injured or sick but alive. The tent was empty. His sleeping bag lay neatly unrolled, a paperback novel open and face down beside it. A small LED lantern cast a pool of sickly yellow light that did nothing to dispel the shadows gathering in the corners. I picked up the book, a dog-eared thriller with a cracked spine. A bookmark had fallen out, a receipt from a gas station in Brookings dated 3 days earlier. I set it down exactly as I'd found it and backed out of the tent, scanning the campsite more thoroughly. Everything was in its place. Too perfectly in place. It reminded me of those crime scene photos they show you in training. Scenes carefully preserved, every object positioned just so. Except there was no police tape here, no investigators. Just me and whatever was making that dragging sound in the darkness. I unclipped my canteen and took a swig of water, trying to clear the taste of decay from my mouth. It didn't help. The smell seemed to be coming from everywhere now, seeping from the ground itself. The trees surrounding the clearing seemed to lean inward, like spectators gathering around an accident scene. Their upper branches twisted together to form a canopy that blocked out what little moonlight might have filtered down. The only illumination came from my flashlight and the dim glow from inside the tent. I circled the perimeter of the campsite, looking for any sign of disturbance. Nothing indicated a struggle or hasty departure. It was as if Kyle had simply stood up and walked away, leaving everything behind. My training kicked in. Check for clues about his intentions or direction. I returned to his pack, still hanging from the tree. Standard procedure would be to look through it for anything that might help. A map with a marked route? A journal? Anything. The pack was secured with a simple drawstring. As I reached for it, a sharp crack echoed through the clearing, the unmistakable sound of a branch breaking under weight. I froze, my hand suspended in midair, and slowly turned toward the source. At the edge of the clearing, just beyond where my light could fully penetrate, something moved. Not the random swaying of branches in wind. There was no wind, but a deliberate shifting. A shadow detached itself from the greater darkness, then melted back before I could focus on it. "Hello?" My voice cracked. I cleared my throat and tried again, louder. "This is search and rescue. Identify yourself." The movement stopped. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Then came the response, not words, but a sound no human throat could make. A low, bubbling growl that rose in pitch until it became a keening whine, then dropped again to a guttural rumble. It seemed to come from multiple directions at once, surrounding me. I drew my knife, the only weapon I carried, and held it out in front of me, turning in a slow circle. "Stay back, I'm armed." The growling stopped. In its place came that wet, rasping breath, closer now, much closer. Fear prickled along my spine, a cold sweat breaking out across my forehead. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I knew better. Running triggers predatory instincts. Whatever was out there, I couldn't outpace it in this terrain, in darkness. Instead, I backed slowly toward Kyle's tent. Inside was the lantern. More light might help, might let me see what I was dealing with. As I moved, my foot struck something small and metallic. I glanced down briefly, keeping my peripheral vision trained on the trees. Kyle's phone lay screen up on the ground, partially hidden by fallen leaves. I crouched and picked it up, never lowering my knife. The screen was cracked but illuminated, locked with a passcode. The battery icon showed nearly full charge. Impossible after 2 days unless it hadn't been here all along. Unless someone or something had placed it here recently. A notification banner was visible on the lock screen. 17 missed calls, Amy. His girlfriend, I assumed. The last call had come in just 4 hours ago. That didn't make sense. We'd been told the phone had gone dead 2 days earlier. That's why we had only the ping location to work with, not active GPS tracking. I slipped the phone into my pocket and continued my retreat toward the tent. Just as I reached it, my flashlight beam caught something at the forest's edge. A footprint pressed into the soft earth. I angled the light to see it better. It was barefoot, as I'd later discover tracking the prints, but this close view revealed details that sent ice through my veins. The foot was elongated, the toes splayed and too long, with what looked like sharp, curved nails extending from each. The ball of the foot pressed deeper than should be possible, as if whatever made it carried unusual weight in the front of its body. And there was something else, a strange residue around the edges of the print, a viscous, clear fluid that caught the light with an oily sheen. I'd seen something like it before, on forest hikes, slug trails, but this was different. It seemed to pulse faintly, a subtle throbbing that matched the cadence of my own frightened heartbeat. As I watched, it began to evaporate, curling upward in tendrils of faint vapor. I backed into the tent and zipped it closed, knowing full well how little protection the thin nylon would provide. I grabbed the lantern and turned it to its brightest setting, creating a bubble of light around me. For several minutes I sat perfectly still, straining to hear any movement outside. The silence stretched, broken only by my own shallow breathing. Then it came again, that dragging sound, moving around the perimeter of the tent, circling me. Thump scrape, thump scrape. A shadow fell across the tent wall, something large, moving with a jerky, uneven gait. The silhouette it cast was wrong, limbs too long, joints bending in impossible directions, head misshapen. It paused directly opposite where I sat. I could hear it breathing now, a wet, rattling sound like someone drowning in their own fluids. The shadow leaned closer to the tent, fabric dimpling as something pressed against it. Then, the smell hit me with such intensity that I gagged. Death and decay and something else, something chemical and sharp that burned my nostrils and made my eyes water. A sound came from just inches away, on the other side of the thin barrier. Not a growl this time, but a series of clicks and pops, like someone rapidly cracking their knuckles. It was followed by what I can only describe as words, but not any language I've ever heard. The syllables were fluid yet angular, consisting of those same clicks punctuated by deep, resonant tones that I felt more than heard. The shadow withdrew suddenly. The dragging footsteps receded, moving away through the underbrush. I sat frozen, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. Minutes passed. Then an hour. The lantern's battery began to fade, its light growing dimmer. I knew I couldn't stay in the tent until morning. I had to move, had to find Kyle if he was still alive, had to get back to my truck before whatever that thing was returned. I checked my watch. Just past 10 p.m. The night stretched ahead, long and full of darkness. With trembling fingers, I unzipped the tent just enough to peer out. The clearing was empty, bathed in the faint silvery glow of a moon now visible through a break in the clouds. The smell lingered, but fainter now. I slipped out, knife still clutched in my right hand, flashlight in my left. The beam caught more of those strange footprints, a trail of them leading away from the campsite and deeper into the forest. They headed downhill, toward a gully choked with undergrowth. I had a choice to make. Follow procedure, stay with the campsite until morning, then radio for backup. Or follow those prints, find out what happened to Kyle and, though I was loath to admit it even to myself, learn what kind of creature had left that shadow on the tent. I knew what I should do, what any sane person would do. But something pushed me forward. Call it duty, call it curiosity, call it the fatal arrogance that comes with a decade of rescues without serious incident. Whatever it was, it led me to the edge of that gully, staring down into darkness that my flashlight barely penetrated. The footprints continued down, visible in patches of bare earth between the ferns and brambles, and mixed with them now a different trail. Something had been dragged through here, leaving a wide, irregular furrow in the soft ground. I thought of Kyle then, of what might be left of him. I thought about his girlfriend waiting for news. I thought about the report I'd have to write, the explanations I'd need to give. Then I began my descent into the gully, following those inhuman tracks in the path of whatever had been dragged alongside them. The undergrowth closed around me like a throat swallowing, cutting off the moonlight, leaving me in a darkness broken only by my weakening flashlight beam. Thump scrape. Thump scrape. The sound echoed from somewhere below, spurring me onward. If Kyle was still alive, I was running out of time. The gully was steeper than it looked from above. I half climbed, half slid down its side, grabbing at exposed roots to slow my descent. Thorny vines clawed at my clothing, leaving shallow scratches on any exposed skin. The beam of my flashlight bounced wildly, creating a nauseating strobe effect that distorted the forest around me. At the bottom, a small stream trickled through a bed of smooth stones. The water looked black in the darkness, its surface oily and unnatural. When my boot slipped into it, the liquid felt viscous, clinging to the leather like syrup. The air down here was different, denser, as if it had weight and substance. Each breath required effort, pulling the heavy atmosphere into reluctant lungs, and the smell that had been present at the campsite was overwhelming now. A miasma of rot and chemicals that made my eyes stream and my throat constrict. The tracks continued along the stream bed, clear in the soft mud of the bank. I followed them, moving as quietly as possible, though my heartbeat seemed loud enough to echo through the gully. The walls rose on either side, studded with twisted trees that grew horizontally from the steep slopes, their branches reaching down like grasping hands. After about 50 yards, the gully widened into a small clearing. My flashlight beam swept across it, catching something reflective at the base of a massive ancient cedar. Something that shouldn't have been there. Something pale. I approached slowly, fighting the urge to turn and run. As I drew closer, the shape resolved itself into a figure sitting upright against the tree trunk. Kyle Henderson, or what remained of him. He was positioned as if relaxing, legs splayed out before him, arms limp at his sides. His head lolled slightly to one side, eyes open and fixed on some middle distance. But the stillness was wrong, the absolute immobility that only comes with death. I'd seen bodies before in my line of work. Hikers who succumbed to exposure, climbers who fell, victims of animal attacks. None had disturbed me like this. Kyle's skin had a waxy, translucent quality, stretched too tight across his features. His lips were pulled back in what might have been a grimace or a scream, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. But it was his throat that held my horrified attention. It wasn't cut or torn in any conventional sense. Rather, it appeared to have been hollowed out. A concave depression ran from just beneath his jaw down to his collarbone, the flesh scooped away with terrible precision. The edges of the wound were smooth, almost polished, with no sign of blood or ragged tissue. Inside the cavity, his windpipe and esophagus were exposed but intact, gleaming wetly in my flashlight beam. The same viscous fluid I'd seen in the footprints coated the inside of the wound, pulsing faintly with its own inner light. As I watched, a droplet formed at the lowest point and fell to the ground with a soft plop. I stumbled backward, bile rising in my throat. This wasn't the work of any animal I knew. Not a bear, not a cougar, Not anything that should exist in these woods or any woods. I forced myself to look more closely, to note details for the report I would have to make. Kyle's clothing was intact. No tears, no signs of struggle. His hands were unmarked, nails clean and unbroken. He hadn't fought back. Or couldn't. Something glinted at his feet. I directed my flashlight beam toward it. A small metal object lay in the dirt. A voice recorder, the kind journalists use for interviews. It must have fallen from his pocket. I should have left it there. Should have backed away, returned to the campsite, radioed for help at first light. But I reached down and picked it up, turning it over in my trembling hands. The display showed it had been recording for 47 hours continuously. The battery indicator blinked red, almost dead. Without fully understanding why, I pressed play, then held it to my ear. Static hissed from the tiny speaker, punctuated by the sounds of movement through undergrowth. Kyle's voice came through, breathless with exertion. Day 2 of exploring the old-growth section. Found some interesting fungi specimens near what looks like an abandoned mining site. Going to head back to camp before dark, but wanted to check out one more ridge first. More rustling, then his voice again. Lower now. Tense. There's something. I don't know. Thought I saw movement up ahead. Probably just a deer. Silence for several seconds, then a sharp intake of breath. Hello? Is someone there? Hello? The quality of the ambient sound changed. Became muffled, as if he'd entered an enclosed space. His footsteps echoed strangely. This is weird. Looks like some kind of tunnel, but not natural. Not mining either. The walls are... Jesus, what is this stuff? A scraping sound came through the speaker. Then Kyle's voice, higher with alarm. It's moving? The wall is fucking moving under my hand. It's... A sudden, loud, static burst made me flinch. When it cleared, the audio had changed. Kyle was running, his breath coming in sharp gasps. Something else was audible too, that same dragging gait I'd heard before. Thump scrape. Thump scrape. Kyle's voice returned, a desperate whisper now. It's following me. Oh God, it's following me. I don't think. Another burst of static, longer this time. When the recording continued, there was only silence and the soft sound of breathing. Not Kyle's panicked gasps, but the wet, rattling respiration I'd heard outside the tent. The recorder picked up those same clicking, popping sounds, followed by the fluid language-like utterances. They continued for several minutes, sometimes fast and urgent, sometimes slow and deliberate. Listening to it was like eavesdropping on a phone call in an unknown language. I could hear the cadence of conversation, the rise and fall of what might have been questions and responses, but couldn't grasp a word of meaning. Then came Kyle's voice again, but wrong somehow. Flat. Emotionless. I understand now. I see what must be done. The recorder clicked off. I stood frozen, the small device clutched in my hand, my flashlight trained on Kyle's mutilated corpse. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead despite the chill night air. What had happened to him? What had he found? And most importantly, where was the thing that had done this? As if in answer to my unspoken question, a branch snapped behind me. I whirled around, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. For a split second it illuminated a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, a silhouette that resembled a human only in the most basic outline. It was tall, at least 7 feet, but hunched in a way that suggested it could drop to all fours in an instant. Its limbs were disproportionately long, especially the arms, which hung down past what would be its knees. The fingers, if you could call them that, were more like jointed talons, too many on each hand, flexing continuously like the legs of a dying spider. But it was the face that seared itself into my memory, the image that still wakes me sweating and screaming all these years later. Not a face in any conventional sense, but a smooth, almost featureless oval of taut, leathery skin. Where eyes should have been, there were only deep, vertical slits that pulsed with that same phosphorescent fluid. Below them, a lipless gash that might have been a mouth opened, revealing row upon row of needle-like teeth arranged in concentric circles, like a lamprey's maw. Our eyes met, or rather, my eyes met those pulsing slits, and in that moment I felt something push against my consciousness, a pressure inside my skull, behind my eyes, probing and insistent. Alien thoughts began to seep into the edges of my mind. Geometric patterns and mathematical sequences that made no sense yet felt profoundly, terribly significant. The creature took a step forward, moving with that same jerky, uneven gait that produced the dragging sound. Its foot, identical to the prints I'd followed, left a glistening trail of fluid that steamed slightly in the cool air. I didn't think, didn't plan. I just reacted. I hurled the voice recorder at the thing as hard as I could and ran. Not back the way I'd come. The slope was too steep, too treacherous for a rapid ascent. Instead, I splashed through the stream, following its course further into the gully. Behind me, a high-pitched screech tore through the night. Rage or pain or hunger, I couldn't tell. But it spurred me to greater speed, my boots slipping on the slick stones as I fled. The stream curved sharply to the left, disappearing into a tangle of fallen trees and dense undergrowth. I followed it, ducking under branches, pushing through thorny vines that lacerated my hands and face. My breathing came in ragged gasps, my lungs burning with exertion and the foul air. Behind me, the creature gave chase. I could hear it crashing through the vegetation, moving faster than anything its awkward appearance would suggest. The alien pressure in my head increased with its proximity, the foreign thoughts becoming louder, more insistent. Images flashed in my mind's eye. Impossible geometries, structures that couldn't exist in three-dimensional space, colors for which I had no name. And beneath it all, a hunger so vast and ancient, it made my own fear seem insignificant by comparison. The stream widened suddenly, flowing into a larger body of water. A pond or small lake, its surface black and still in the darkness. I skidded to a halt at its edge, my flashlight beam playing across the water. Something was wrong with it. The surface tension seemed too great, causing it to bulge upward slightly in the center. And scattered across its surface were dozens of pale, floating shapes that my mind initially registered as lily pads. They weren't plants. As my light passed over them, I saw they were faces, human faces pressing up from below the surface. Men, women, expressions frozen in various states of surprise or terror. Some seemed fresh, others in advanced stages of decay, but all shared the same hollow, excavated throats that I'd seen on Kyle. I stumbled backward, a scream building in my throat but unable to escape. My heel caught on an exposed root, and I fell hard, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs. My flashlight flew from my grasp, landing several feet away. Its beam cut across the black water, then angled upward, illuminating the far shore. There were more of them there, dozens, perhaps hundreds, standing perfectly still among the trees, their slitted non-eyes fixed on me. Some were the size of the one I'd seen, others smaller, with proportions that suggested juveniles of the species. All had the same smooth, leathery skin, the same lamprey mouths, the same fluid-filled eye slits, and all were beginning to move toward the water, toward me, their movements synchronized in a way that spoke of shared purpose, shared consciousness. The pressure in my head became unbearable. My vision blurred, doubled, tripled. The alien thoughts were a cacophony now, drowning out my own. I could feel myself slipping away, my identity dissolving under their assault. With the last remnant of my will, I lurched to my feet and ran along the shore, away from the approaching horde. My flashlight lay forgotten behind me, its beam creating long shadows that seemed to reach for me as I fled. I don't know how long I ran, or in what direction. The world narrowed to the sound of my footfalls, the burn in my muscles, the desperate fight to keep the alien presence out of my mind. At some point, the ground began to slope upward. I was climbing out of the gully, back toward the level ground above. Behind me, that unearthly screeching continued, now multiplied by dozens of throats. The forest itself seemed to warp and shift around me, trees bending at impossible angles, the ground rippling like water. Whether this was real or a hallucination born of the psychic assault, I couldn't tell. I crested the slope, lungs heaving, legs trembling with exhaustion. Through the trees ahead, I caught a glimpse of something that didn't belong in this nightmare forest. A straight, human-made line. The road, and beyond it, the bulky silhouette of my truck. Hope surged through me, giving me a final burst of speed. I crashed through the underbrush, heedless of the branches whipping against my face. 20 yards to the road, 10, 5, and then I was on it, the packed dirt surface firm beneath my feet. I sprinted toward my truck, fumbling in my pocket for the keys. Behind me, the creatures emerged from the tree line, their slitted eyes pulsing with that sickly light, their movements becoming more frenzied as they sensed their prey escaping. I reached the truck, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. The door swung open and I threw myself inside, slamming it shut just as the first of the creatures reached me. Its taloned hand scraped across the window, leaving streaks of luminous fluid on the glass. The interior light revealed my face in the rearview mirror, pale, drawn, streaked with dirt and blood from countless small cuts. But my eyes were my own. The pressure in my head had receded with the physical barrier between us. I jammed the key into the ignition and turned it. Nothing happened. The engine didn't even crank, the battery was dead. just as I'd discover later. Outside, more of the creatures gathered around the truck. Their hands, talons, claws, whatever they were, pressed against the windows, the metal sides, the roof. The vehicle rocked slightly under their touch. One climbed onto the hood, its face pressing against the windshield, those vertical slits pulsing hypnotically. The pressure returned to my mind, stronger than before. A single, overwhelming command. Open the door. My hand moved toward the door handle without my conscious direction. I fought it, gripping the steering wheel with both hands until my knuckles turned white. The creatures increased their assault, both physical and mental. The truck rocked more violently. The windows began to fog with their breath, or whatever passed for breath in their alien biology. I was losing the battle. My grip on the wheel weakened. My hand inched toward the door again. Their thoughts were becoming my thoughts. Their hunger, my hunger. Through the fog of their influence, a single idea surfaced. My last hope. The emergency flare gun in the glove compartment. Standard equipment for all SAR vehicles. With tremendous effort, I tore my gaze away from the creature on the hood and lunged for the glove compartment. My fingers closed around the plastic case inside. I flipped it open, extracted the flare gun, and loaded it with clumsy, desperate movements. The creature on the hood seemed to sense my intentions. It recoiled slightly, the pulsing of its eye slits accelerating. The mental pressure intensified, bringing with it a flood of alien emotion. Not just hunger now, but something like fear. I raised the flare gun and fired directly at it. The magnesium flare struck it in the center of its featureless face, igniting on impact. The creature reeled backward, emitting that same high-pitched screech I'd heard before. But this time it was joined by dozens of others, a chorus of inhuman agony that shook the very air. The flare burned with intense chemical light, illuminating the scene in harsh relief. The creatures retreated from it, their movements frantic and uncoordinated. The mental pressure in my head vanished like a radio suddenly switched off. In the flare's light, I could see them more clearly than before. Their skin wasn't just leathery, it was composed of overlapping scales that caught the light in iridescent patterns. What I'd taken for a uniform color was actually a complex modeling of grays and greens that would provide perfect camouflage in the forest shadows. And they were changing as I watched. Their forms seemed to ripple and flow, becoming less solid, more amorphous. Some began to melt into the ground, their substance seeping between the cracks in the asphalt. Others elongated, stretching upward into the trees like living vines, their features dissolving into the bark and leaves. Within seconds they were gone, leaving only faint traces of that luminous fluid where they had stood. The flare continued to burn on the ground where it had fallen, casting its harsh light through the empty forest. I sat rigid in the driver's seat, unable to move, unable to process what I'd just witnessed. Minutes passed, or hours. Time had lost all meaning. Eventually, the flare sputtered and died, plunging the world back into darkness. I spent the night in the truck, doors locked, another flare ready in my hand. Sleep was impossible, even had I been willing to risk it. Instead, I watched the forest, jumping at every shadow, every sound. But the creatures didn't return. As the first gray light of dawn filtered through the trees, I finally allowed myself to breathe. I would try to start the truck again, and if that failed, I would walk back to the main road. I would report what had happened, or some version of it that wouldn't get me committed to a psychiatric facility. I turned the key in the ignition one more time, without hope. To my shock, the engine roared to life immediately, as if the battery had never been dead. The dashboard lit up, the radio came on, playing static. I threw the truck into reverse and backed away from that nightmare place as fast as the rough road would allow. I didn't stop until I reached the main highway where other vehicles passed in comforting regularity and the morning sun shone on normal, untainted forest. Only then did I pull over and radio in, reporting that I'd found Kyle Henderson's body. Victim of an animal attack, I said. I couldn't bring myself to describe what I'd really seen, what had really happened to him. They asked questions, of course. Where exactly was the body? What kind of animal? Why hadn't I stayed with it? I gave answers that sounded plausible. Even to myself. Mountain lion, maybe, couldn't be sure. The site was dangerous, unstable. I'd marked it on my GPS. When they sent another team to recover Kyle's remains, they found nothing. No body, no tent, no campsite. Just empty forest and a few scattered footprints that the ranger in charge described as unusual but probably belonging to a bear with a deformed paw. The case was eventually closed. Kyle Henderson, death by misadventure. His girlfriend, Amy, I later learned her name was, never accepted it. She still calls the ranger station sometimes, asking if there's been any new information. I tell her no. I tell everyone no. What else can I do? The days after I escaped from that gully passed in a blur of debriefings, paperwork, and increasingly concerned looks from my colleagues. I stuck to my story. Mountain lion attack, body not recoverable, even as the details grew fuzzy and contradictory under questioning. The sheriff's department eventually chalked it up to trauma and exhaustion, which wasn't far from the truth. I took 2 weeks of mandatory leave. Spent most of it holed up in my apartment with the blinds drawn, jumping at every sound, sleeping only when my body collapsed from sheer exhaustion. And even then, the dreams came. Dreams of vertical slit eyes and lamprey mouths, of alien thoughts invading my mind, of Kyle Henderson's hollow throat pulsing with that phosphorescent fluid. Sometimes I'd wake to find my sheets soaked not just with sweat, but with a clear, viscous liquid that evaporated within minutes of exposure to air. The doctors said it was just night sweats, a common symptom of PTSD. I didn't tell them how it glowed faintly in the darkness, or how it seemed to move with purpose across my skin. I didn't tell anyone about the voice recorder either. I'd forgotten it in my panic, thrown it at the creature before fleeing. But sometimes, in the dead of night, I could still hear Kyle's flat, emotionless voice. I understand now. I see what must be done. What had he understood? What had he seen? These questions haunted me, drove me to research that only deepened my terror. I found old newspaper articles about disappearances in the Kalmiopsa wilderness dating back to the 1800s. Hikers, hunters, loggers, dozens over the years, many never found. Others discovered with unexplained mutilations attributed to animal attacks or post-mortem decomposition, and older stories too from before the area was officially named and mapped. Native American legends of a place where the boundary between worlds thinned, where things could slip through from somewhere else. A place they avoided, that they warned the first white settlers about. Warnings that went unheeded. I should have left it alone, should have requested a transfer, moved away, tried to forget. But something kept pulling me back to those woods. A compulsion I couldn't explain or resist. It was as if part of me had never left that gully, never escaped those creatures, or as if part of them had come away with me. 1 month after the incident, I returned to work. My colleagues were supportive but distant, unsure how to interact with me. I'd changed, they said, become quieter, more intense. My eyes looked different, deeper somehow, one of them remarked before quickly changing the subject. I threw myself into routine searches, avoiding the Kalmiopsis area whenever possible. But I knew I would have to go back eventually. Knew it with the same certainty that I knew my own name. The creatures, or whatever intelligence guided them, weren't finished with me. The call came 3 weeks later. Another missing hiker, last seen entering the same section of forest where I'd found Kyle. I volunteered before they could assign someone else. No one questioned it. They assumed I wanted closure, a chance to face my trauma. They had no idea. This time, I went prepared. I packed extra flares, a high-powered UV flashlight. I discovered that the creature's fluid glowed brightly under ultraviolet light, and my personal sidearm. Against regulations, but I no longer cared about rules. I also brought a voice recorder of my own, though what I hoped to capture with it, I couldn't have articulated. The forest felt different as I drove toward it that morning. Expectant, aware. The same sign still stood at the turnoff. FR 27 Fiscal PS. But the scratched warning beneath it had changed. Now it read, "He returns to us." I should have turned back then. Should have radioed in, made an excuse, let someone else take the search. But that compulsion drove me forward, past the sign, down the overgrown road that seemed somehow more passable than it had been before. I reached the point where I'd had to abandon my truck during the previous search, but this time, the road continued, recently cleared of vegetation. Fresh tire tracks marked the dirt. Not mine, not any vehicle I recognized. Someone else had been here, and recently. I followed the new road for another mile before it ended in a small clearing. A battered pickup truck was parked there, its windows covered with condensation from the inside. I approached cautiously, hand on my holstered gun. The truck was empty, but the keys were still in the ignition. A backpack lay on the passenger seat, along with a map of the area. Red markings circled the exact location where I'd found Kyle's body, along with several other spots throughout the wilderness. All were connected by lines that formed a pattern I recognized from the alien thoughts that had invaded my mind. Impossible geometries, non-Euclidean mathematics. I checked the vehicle registration. The truck belonged to Dr. Alan Pritchard, a geology professor from Oregon State University. The missing hiker, presumably. But this was no ordinary hiking trip. He'd come here deliberately, seeking something specific. I shouldered my pack and set out along the trail leading from the clearing, following fresh boot prints. They led in the same direction I'd gone before, toward the gully, toward that black pond with its floating faces. Toward them. The forest was quieter than I remembered, the silence even more profound. No birds, no insects, no wind stirring the branches. Just the sound of my own breathing and footsteps, unnaturally loud in the stillness. I reached Kyle's campsite, or where it had been. No trace remained of the tent, the stove, any human presence. But the ground was disturbed, the earth freshly turned as if something had emerged from below rather than walked across it. New tracks led away from the site. Not the splayed, elongated footprints of the creatures, but normal human boots. Pritchard had been here, had seen the disturbed ground, and had continued onward, following the same path I had, making the same mistake. I quickened my pace, drawing my gun as I approached the edge of the gully. The descent looked different in daylight, less steep than I remembered, almost inviting. The undergrowth that had torn at me during my escape had been cleared away, creating an easy path downward. At the bottom, the small stream still flowed, but its water looked normal now, clear, not black and oily. I tested it with a stick. The water behaved as water should, not the viscous fluid I'd encountered before. I followed the stream bed, retracing my steps from that night. The clearing where I'd found Kyle's body appeared ahead, sunlight filtering through the canopy to create dappled patterns on the ground. No body now, of course. No sign that anything unusual had ever happened here, except for one thing, a small metal object lying half buried in the dirt. The voice recorder I'd thrown at the creature. I picked it up, brushing away the soil that clung to it. The display was cracked, the battery long dead, but when I pressed the power button, it hummed to life as if newly charged. I almost dropped it in surprise. This wasn't possible. But then, nothing about this place followed the rules of possibility. I pressed play, dreading what I might hear, yet unable to resist. Static hissed from the speaker, then a voice, not Kyle's this time, but my own, recorded without my knowledge during my previous visit. Jesus Christ, what is that thing? Stay back. Stay the fuck back. My ragged breathing, the sound of my footsteps as I fled. Then silence, except for that wet, rattling respiration I remembered too well. The clicking, popping language followed. But this time, I understood it. Not through my ears, but directly in my mind. The meaning bypassing normal auditory processing. He has seen us. He will return. They always return. Another voice answered. Deeper, more resonant. This one is different. His mind resisted. He may be suitable. For transcendence? Yes. Mark him. Let him go. He will come back to us when it is time. The recording continued, capturing only ambient forest sounds for several minutes. Then, faintly, another human voice. Not mine, not Kyle's. Pritchard's, I assumed. Hello? Is anyone there? I'm looking for... Oh God. Oh Jesus. What are you? What are... His words dissolved into a gurgling scream that cut off abruptly. Then that same flat, emotionless tone I'd heard from Kyle. I understand now. I see what must be done. The recorder clicked off. I stood frozen, the device clutched in my trembling hand. They had known I would come back. Had planned for it. Had marked me somehow. The realization sent me spinning back to all the strange symptoms I'd experienced since my escape. The night sweats that glowed in darkness. The compulsion that drove me back here. The changes my colleagues had noticed in my eyes. I wasn't just pursuing them. They were pursuing me. Had been, all along. A branch snapped behind me. I whirled, gun raised, to find myself facing Dr. Alan Pritchard. He looked normal at first glance. A man in his 50s, beard streaked with gray, dressed in standard hiking gear. But his eyes were wrong. The pupils had elongated into vertical slits that pulsed with that familiar phosphorescent light. Mason Garrett, he said, his voice carrying that same flat affect I'd heard on the recordings. You've come back to us. As we knew you would. Stay back, I warned, my gun trained on his chest. I know what you are, what you've done. He smiled, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. Do you? I don't think you do. Not yet, but you will. He took a step forward. I fired. The gunshot deafeningly loud in the quiet forest. The bullet struck him square in the chest, a kill shot by any normal standard. Pritchard didn't fall. Didn't even flinch. A trickle of luminous fluid seeped from the wound, but no blood. His smile widened. That won't work, Mason. Nothing you brought with you will work. Except the recorder. We wanted you to hear that. To understand. Understand what? I demanded, backing away, my gun still uselessly aimed at him. That you've been chosen. That you're becoming like us. The process began the moment you first set foot in these woods. It's too late to stop it now. As he spoke, his form seemed to ripple, the human appearance melting away like wax under a flame. Beneath it was one of the creatures I'd seen before. Tall, elongated limbs, leathery scaled skin, that terrible lamprey mouth. But the transformation wasn't complete. Elements of Pritchard remained. Patches of human skin, one normal eye alongside a vertical slit, fingers interspersed with talons, a hybrid, a transition stage. The pressure returned to my mind, alien thoughts seeping in around the edges of my consciousness. But this time, they weren't just random images and sensations. They carried meaning, information. I saw flashes of their history, beings from somewhere else, somewhere with different physical laws, different dimensions. They had come through a tier in reality, drawn by some quality of this particular forest that resonated with their own realm. They couldn't survive here in their true form, needed hosts, needed to adapt, and I saw what they wanted from me, to become a bridge, a perfect hybrid that could move between worlds. Kyle had been unsuitable, his mind too easily overwhelmed. Pritchard was closer, but still imperfect. But I had resisted their influence, had escaped. That made me valuable, special. I fought against the intrusion, focusing on the weight of the gun in my hand, the solid ground beneath my feet, human sensations, human thoughts. No, I said through gritted teeth. I won't become like you. I won't help you. The Pritchard creature tilted its head at an impossible angle, studying me with its mismatched eyes. You misunderstand. It isn't a choice. It's already happening. The mark we left on you is spreading, changing you cell by cell. Haven't you noticed? The dreams, the fluid, the way your eyes have begun to change? I had noticed, had been noticing for weeks but refusing to acknowledge it. Now, faced with the truth, I felt a wave of horror so profound it momentarily cleared my mind of their influence. I bolted, not waiting to hear more. Ran back along the stream bed, toward the slope that would lead me out of the gully. Behind me, the Pritchard creature made no move to follow. It didn't need to. Its laughter, a horrible sound that blended human amusement with those alien clicks and pops, echoed after me. Run, Mason Garrett. Run all you want. You'll be back again. And again. Until the change is complete. I scrambled up the slope, my boots slipping on the loose soil. The forest around me seemed to be changing as I fled. The trees twisting into strange configurations, the ground undulating beneath my feet. Reality itself was becoming fluid, unstable. I reached the top, gasping for breath, and looked back. The gully was transforming before my eyes, the natural depression deepening, widening, becoming something else entirely. A vast pit that seemed to have no bottom, its walls lined with pulsing, organic material that resembled neither plant nor animal but something in between. At its edges stood dozens of the creatures, some fully formed, others in various stages of transition like Pritchard. Among them, I recognized faces, missing hikers from cases I'd worked, locals who had disappeared over the years, even a fellow search and rescue officer who'd vanished during a routine patrol last summer. All watched me with those vertical slit eyes. All smiled with two sharp teeth. All knew, as I now knew, that I would return, that I had no choice. I turned and ran toward the road, toward my truck, toward what I desperately hoped was safety. But even as I fled, I could feel the change continuing within me. A subtle shifting of tissues, a realignment of neural pathways, a gradual transformation from human to something else. The voice recorder was still clutched in my hand. I didn't remember holding onto it, couldn't say why I hadn't dropped it during my flight. As I ran, it activated on its own, the display lighting up, the record button depressing without my touch. From its speaker came a voice. My voice, but not from now, not from the past. From some point in the future, speaking words I had not yet said. I understand now. I see what must be done. I made it back to my truck somehow, though the journey is a blur in my memory. I remember driving too fast down the overgrown road, branches scraping against the windows like desperate hands trying to hold me back. I remember reaching the highway, the normality of other vehicles and roadside signs, seeming alien after what I'd witnessed. I didn't go back to the ranger station, didn't report finding Pritchard, or what had become of him. Instead, I drove straight home, locked every door and window, and sat in my shower fully clothed as scalding water pounded against my skin. I scrubbed until I was raw, trying to remove some contamination that I knew was already inside me, already changing me. The voice recorder sat on my bathroom counter, silent now but still charged, still functional when it should have been dead. I couldn't bring myself to destroy it, couldn't even leave it in another room. It had become a part of me somehow. A tether connecting me to the gully, to the creatures, to what I was becoming. Days passed. I called in sick, ignored concerned messages from colleagues. The changes accelerated. Subtle at first, then increasingly difficult to hide or deny. My eyes were the most obvious transformation. The pupils elongated gradually, the vertical slits becoming more pronounced each morning when I forced myself to look in the mirror. I bought dark sunglasses, avoided direct eye contact with the few people I couldn't avoid. My teeth began to ache, new ones growing in behind the existing set, sharper and more numerous. I stopped eating solid food when chewing became too painful, subsisted on protein shakes and soup. My skin developed a faint pattern of scales, barely visible except in certain light. They appeared first at my wrists and ankles, spreading slowly up my limbs. The texture changed too, becoming tougher, less sensitive to temperature and pain, and the fluid, that phosphorescent viscous substance, began to seep from my pores when I slept, staining my sheets, glowing in darkness. It had a smell I recognized from the gully, from the creatures, decay and chemicals and something else, something not of this world. Through it all, the compulsion to return to the forest grew stronger. I resisted, knowing what waited for me there, knowing that each visit would accelerate the transformation. But the pull was relentless, a physical ache that intensified with every passing hour. To distract myself, I researched. I dug into local history, into scientific anomalies, into anything that might explain what was happening to me. Most led nowhere, but a few threads connected. Strange phenomena reported in the Kalmiopsis area over decades, unexplained radiation readings, magnetic field disturbances, and older accounts, from before scientific measurement, of thin places where the boundary between worlds weakened. The native tribes had many names for such places, names that translated roughly to doorways or between spaces. The Kalmiopsis was one such place, perhaps the most significant in the region. I found references to people who had ventured into these areas and returned changed. Most disappeared again shortly after, drawn back to whatever had altered them. Some lasted longer, fighting the compulsion, documenting their transformations before they finally succumbed. One account from 1887 particularly haunted me. A logger named Thomas Blackwood, who described creatures identical to what I'd seen, who detailed a transformation matching my own symptoms. His journal ended mid-sentence, the final entry reading, "The pull is too strong now. I must return to the gully. I understand now. I see what must." The same words. Always the same words. 1 week after my second visit to the forest, the voice recorder activated again without my touch. It played back everything it had recorded, both from Kyle and Pritchard, and added something new, a detailed set of instructions delivered in that fluid, clicking language that I now understood perfectly. The instructions described a ritual, a summoning, a way to widen the tier between worlds, to allow more of the creatures through. It required a human who had begun the transformation but not completed it. A hybrid. Me. The compulsion intensified as I listened, became nearly irresistible. I found myself gathering supplies, packing my truck, planning my return to the forest without conscious decision. Only by physically restraining myself, handcuffing my wrist to a pipe in my basement, did I prevent immediate departure. But I knew I couldn't resist forever. The changes were progressing too rapidly now. Soon I would be like Pritchard, caught between human and other, my will subsumed by alien purpose. In desperation, I reached out to the one person who might understand, who had experienced the forest's strangeness firsthand. Kyle Henderson's girlfriend, Amy. I'd avoided her since his death, ashamed of my lies about what had happened to him. But now she was my only hope. I called her, arranged to meet at a public place, a cafe downtown, bright and busy, as far from forests and shadows as possible. She agreed reluctantly, her voice tight with residual anger toward the man who had failed to bring her boyfriend home. When she arrived, I was already seated at a corner table, sunglasses on despite the dimness, collar turned up to hide the scales now spreading along my neck. She recognized me immediately, her expression hardening as she sat across from me. "You said you had information about Kyle," she said without preamble. "What is it?" I hesitated, suddenly aware of how insane my story would sound. But I had no choice. No one else would believe me, much less help me. "What I told the sheriff about how Kyle died, it wasn't true," I began. "It wasn't an animal attack, it was something else, something not from here." I expected disbelief, anger, perhaps an abrupt departure. Instead, her expression shifted subtly, fear replacing hostility. "You saw them too," she whispered. "The things with the eyes, the things that took him." My breath caught. "How do you know about them?" She glanced around the cafe, then leaned closer. "Kyle was sending me voice memos during his trip. The last one came through the night before you found him. He was scared, Mason. Terrified. He described these creatures, said they were following him, speaking in his head. Did you tell the sheriff this? I asked. She shook her head. I tried. They thought it was the ramblings of a man suffering from exposure or dehydration, that he was hallucinating. They didn't listen. I need to hear that recording, I said urgently. She pulled out her phone, hesitated, then tapped the screen a few times. I've never shared this with anyone else. They'd think I was crazy, that Kyle was crazy. She pressed play, then set the phone on the table between us. Kyle's voice filled our small corner of the cafe. Quiet enough that nearby patrons couldn't hear, but clear enough that I caught every word. Amy, I don't think I'm going to make it out of here. There's something wrong with this place. The forest, it's changing around me, and there are things in here, things I can't describe properly. They look almost human, but wrong, like something wearing a person suit that doesn't quite fit. They're following me, watching me. I can hear them in my head, Amy. They want me to do something, to help them with something. A ritual, they call it. Something about opening a door. His voice grew more agitated, his breathing rapid and shallow. I'm hiding in a ranger outpost I found, but I don't think it'll keep them out for long. They're getting louder in my head, harder to resist. If I don't make it back, the recording cut off abruptly. I sat in silence, the implications washing over me. Kyle had been targeted just as I had been. The creatures had attempted to use him for the same ritual they now wanted me to perform, but he had been unsuitable somehow, had resisted them as I was trying to resist. When did you receive this? I asked. The timestamp says 11:42 p.m. on April 17th, Amy replied. About 12 hours before you found him. The ranger outpost. The same one I'd fled to during my escape. Kyle had been there just before me, hiding from the same creatures. Had he escaped like I had? Had he made it back to his campsite only to be found again? There's something else, Amy continued, her voice dropping even lower. After you reported finding his body, after the search for it came up empty, I started having dreams about Kyle, except it wasn't really him anymore. His eyes were different. His voice was different. He kept saying the same thing, over and over. I knew what she would say before she said it. I understand now. I see what must be done. She looked up sharply. How did you know that? Instead of answering, I removed my sunglasses, letting her see what I'd become. She recoiled, nearly knocking over her untouched coffee. It's happening to me too, I said quietly, replacing the glasses before anyone else could notice. The same thing that happened to Kyle, to others before him. I'm changing, and I don't have much time left before I become like them completely. Why are you telling me this? She asked, fear and confusion warring in her expression. Because I need your help. The creatures, the entities, whatever they are, they want to open a door between their world and ours. They need someone like me to do it. Someone caught between human and other. I think Kyle refused. I think that's why they killed him. And you're planning to refuse too? Is that it? I shook my head. I can't just refuse. The compulsion is too strong. I'll go back eventually, with or without wanting to. But maybe there's another way. Maybe we can close the door instead of opening it. I explained my research, the references to thin places and methods historically used to seal them. Most were religious or spiritual in nature, rituals of purification, sacrifices, symbolic closings. None seemed particularly scientific or reliable, but they were all I had. I need to go back there, I said. Back to the gully, but not to do what they want. To try to close the tier, to stop whatever's happening. That's suicide, Amy said flatly. You've seen what they can do. They killed Kyle. They nearly killed you. And now you're halfway to becoming one of them. I know. But if I don't try, they'll just find someone else. And eventually they'll succeed. The door will open wider. More will come through. Do you understand what that means? She was silent for a long moment, her gaze dropping to her hands clasped tightly around her coffee cup. When she looked up again, her eyes were wet but determined. What do you need me to do? We spent the next 2 days preparing. Amy had resources I lacked. Access to the university library through her work as a research assistant. Connections with professors of anthropology and comparative religion. Together we pieced together a ritual that might work. Drawn from multiple traditions but centered on the concept of cleansing and sealing. The voice recorder continued to activate randomly, playing back the creature's instructions, adding new details, urging me to hurry. Each time the compulsion grew stronger. The changes accelerated too, my joints loosening to allow greater flexibility, my vision shifting to see into spectrums beyond normal human perception, my consciousness expanding in ways both terrifying and seductive. By the morning of our planned return to the forest, I could barely pass for human. The scales had spread across most of my body, my eyes fully transformed into those vertical slits, my teeth now in multiple rows. I wore a hooded sweatshirt, gloves, and dark glasses, but still drew stares from passing strangers. Amy picked me up in her car, her expression carefully neutral when she saw my condition. We drove in silence toward the Kalmiopsis wilderness, each lost in our own thoughts. I fought the growing excitement, the sense of homecoming that rose within me as we approached the forest. That wasn't me. It was the other part, the non-human part. Recognizing its origin, we parked at the main ranger station, avoiding the turnoff to the abandoned road I'd taken before. If our plan was to work, we needed to approach the gully from a different direction, avoid the paths the creatures would be watching. The hike would be longer this way, more difficult, but it offered our best chance of reaching the tier in reality before the creatures realized what we intended. We carried backpacks filled with the components of our ritual: salt, sage, iron filings, silver coins, purified water, candles made from rendered fat mixed with various herbs and resins. Superstitious nonsense, perhaps, but combined with my hybrid nature, my connection to both worlds, it might just work. The forest felt different as we entered it, aware of us, malevolently attentive. The trees seemed to lean inward as we passed, branches reaching down like grasping hands. The ground felt spongy, organic, as if we walked on living tissue rather than soil and leaf litter. I led the way, my transformed senses guiding me toward the gully. I could feel the tear now, a wound in reality that pulsed and throbbed like an infected sore. It called to me, pulled at me, promised completion and transcendence if only I would surrender to its influence. Amy followed close behind, her breathing quick but controlled, her movements careful and deliberate. She carried a flare gun similar to the one I'd used during my escape, ready to provide us with protection if needed. The creatures feared fire, feared light. It was one of the few advantages we had. We hiked for hours, the forest growing denser, darker, more primordial with every mile. The plant life changed subtly, familiar species giving way to things I couldn't name, things with too many leaves arranged in mathematically impossible patterns, things that swayed in the absence of wind. The air grew thick, heavy with spores and particulates that glowed faintly in my altered vision. I could see the connections now, the network of mycelium and roots that ran beneath the forest floor, carrying signals, carrying consciousness, not a collection of individual organisms but a single vast entity, or perhaps a colony of entities, merged and intertwined. By mid-afternoon we reached the rim of the gully. From above it looked normal enough, a natural depression carved by water over millennia. But I could see beyond the physical now, could perceive the tier that centered on the black pond at its lowest point. A vertical slice in the fabric of reality, shimmering like heat haze, widening imperceptibly with each passing moment. There, I said, pointing. That's where we need to go. That's where the tier is strongest. Amy squinted, seeing only the pond, the surrounding trees. I'll take your word for it. How do we get down there? I scanned the slope looking for a path that wouldn't take us past the clearing where I'd found Kyle's body. This way. It's steeper, but it should keep us away from the main trails they use. We began our descent, picking our way carefully down the nearly vertical slope. The transformation of my body proved unexpectedly useful, my elongated fingers gripping the earth more securely, my loosened joints allowing me to move in ways impossible for a normal human. Amy struggled more, slipping several times on the loose soil. I caught her once, my scaled hand closing around her wrist to prevent a fall. She flinched at the contact but nodded her thanks. At the bottom we paused to catch our breath and reorient. The pond lay about a quarter-mile ahead, hidden by thick undergrowth but visible to my enhanced senses. The air here was nearly unbreathable, saturated with spores and the creature's phosphorescent fluid. Amy covered her mouth and nose with a bandana, her eyes watering. They know we're here, I said quietly, feeling the shift in the forest's awareness. Not our location, not yet. But they know something is coming, something different. How long do we have? She asked, voice muffled by the cloth. Not long. We need to move. We pushed through the undergrowth, following the small stream that fed into the pond. With each step, the vegetation became more alien, familiar ferns and mosses giving way to pulsating fungi and slick, membranous growths that shied away from our touch. The voice recorder activated in my pocket, no longer playing back recorded messages but speaking directly. A chorus of voices blending human and inhuman tones. Mason Garrett, you have returned. But not alone. Not as instructed. This displeases us. I ignored it, pushing forward. Amy glanced at me questioningly but didn't speak. The recorder continued. The female is unnecessary. Discard her. Come to the pond alone, Mason. Complete your transformation. Become the bridge. Open the door. The compulsion slammed into me with renewed force, nearly driving me to my knees. Every cell in my body screamed to obey, to turn on Amy, to complete the purpose for which I had been marked. I fought it, clinging to what humanity remained within me. No, I gasped. I won't. The recorder fell silent, but the pressure in my mind intensified. Images flooded my consciousness. The creatures in their true form, beautiful and terrible in ways impossible to describe in human language. The world from which they came, with its impossible geometries and alien physics. The power they offered, the transcendence beyond mere humanity. Amy's hand on my shoulder anchored me, pulled me back from the brink of surrender. Mason, stay with me. We're almost there. I nodded, unable to speak, and forced myself forward. The pond appeared ahead, a perfect circle of black liquid that reflected nothing, absorbed all light that touched it. Around its edges stood the creatures, dozens of them, some fully transformed, others in various stages like myself. All turned toward us as we emerged from the undergrowth. Among them, I recognized Pritchard, now more creature than human, and beside him, to my horror, stood Kyle Henderson, or what remained of him. His body moved with the same jerky, uneven gait, his face a mask of leathery skin stretched over elongated bones, his throat still bearing that concave depression where the creatures had fed. The sight of him hit Amy like a physical blow. She staggered, a choked sound escaping her lips. Kyle. Oh God, Kyle. The thing that had been Kyle tilted its head at an impossible angle, vertical slit eyes fixing on her. When it spoke, the voice was a terrible blend of the Kyle she had known and the creature he had become. Amy, you've come to join us, to become like us. I understand now. I see what must be done. She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. That's not Kyle. Kyle is dead. No, it replied, stretching a too long arm toward her. Not dead. Transcended. As Mason is transcending, as you will transcend. The creatures began to move, spreading out to surround us. I could feel their collective consciousness pressing against my mind, trying to subsume my will. The pond's surface rippled without wind, the black liquid rising in a dome at its center. Now, I said to Amy, dropping my pack and fumbling to open it. We need to do it now. She tore her gaze from the thing that had been Kyle and knelt beside me, her hand steadier than mine as she removed the components of our ritual. The creatures watched, curious but not yet intervening. They didn't understand what we intended, couldn't conceive of resistance rather than surrender. We worked quickly, arranging the salt in a circle around us, placing the silver coins at cardinal points, lighting the candles whose smoke billowed unnaturally toward the center of the pond. I began the words we had pieced together from ancient texts, a hodgepodge of Latin, Hebrew, Sanskrit, and older languages for which I had no name. The creatures' curiosity turned to alarm as they sensed the purpose of our actions. They surged forward, only to be stopped by the barrier of salt. They hissed and clicked in their fluid language, the pressure in my mind becoming almost unbearable. Stop this. The voice came from all of them at once, resonating in my skull. You cannot close what has been opened. You cannot undo what has begun. I continued the ritual, my voice growing stronger as the words took effect. The tear in reality became visible even to normal human sight now. A vertical slash of utter darkness hanging above the center of the pond, its edges ragged and pulsing. Amy poured the purified water into the pond, where it formed a perfect sphere that neither mixed with the black liquid nor dispersed. The iron filings followed, suspended in the water like stars in a miniature galaxy. The final component was blood, human blood, untainted by transformation. Amy drew a knife across her palm without hesitation, letting the crimson droplets fall into the sphere of water. The effect was immediate. The tear shuddered, its edges drawing inward infinitesimally. The creatures shrieked in a cacophony of human and inhuman voices, their bodies writhing in apparent pain or distress. But it wasn't enough. The tear stabilized, remaining open, the connection between worlds intact. Something was missing from our ritual, some crucial element we hadn't discovered in our research. The creatures recovered, their collective mind focusing on us with renewed intensity. The salt barrier began to dissolve, the silver coins tarnishing and melting into shapeless lumps. The candles guttered despite the absence of wind. It's not working, Amy said, desperation edging her voice. Mason, it's not enough. I knew what was missing, had known perhaps from the beginning, but hadn't been willing to acknowledge it. The tear had been opened using a hybrid, someone caught between human and other, It could only be closed the same way. There's one more component, I said, drawing my own knife. Something that belongs to both worlds. Me. Understanding dawned in her eyes, followed by horror. No, there has to be another way. There isn't. I turned the knife toward my own chest. My blood. My life. It's the only thing that will work. The creatures sensed my intention and redoubled their assault on our barrier. The Kyle thing pushed forward, its elongated arms reaching for the knife. Mason, no. You'll become one of us. You'll transcend. I looked at it, at what remained of a man who had once loved, had once been human. That's not transcendence, I said quietly. That's extinction. I plunged the knife into my chest before they could stop me, before my own transformation could progress any further. The pain was sharp but brief, quickly replaced by a spreading coldness. I fell to my knees, my hybrid blood, part human, part other, pouring from the wound. Amy caught me, lowering me gently to the ground within our circle. Tears streamed down her face as she held me. Mason, no, please. Finish it, I gasped, the world dimming around me. The words, the final part. She nodded, gathering her resolve, and began the closing phrases of the ritual. My blood flowed into the pond, not mixing with the black liquid but pushing it aside, creating a spreading circle of red within the darkness. The tear began to close, its edges drawing together like a wound healing in reverse. The creatures howled, their bodies beginning to lose cohesion, melting into the ground, into the air, returning to their own dimension as the connection weakened. The Kyle thing reached for Amy one last time, its form already becoming insubstantial. Amy, please, don't do this. We can be together again. I understand now. I see. Goodbye, Kyle, she whispered, her voice breaking. Rest now. The tear sealed with a sound like thunder, a shockwave that rippled outward through the forest. The creatures vanished completely, leaving only faint traces of luminous fluid that quickly evaporated in the sudden rush of clean air. The pond returned to normal. Just water now, clear and natural. The alien vegetation withered and died before our eyes, replaced by ordinary ferns and mosses. The forest held its breath for one final moment, then exhaled as birds began to sing again, insects to buzz, wind to move through branches. I lay in Amy's arms, my life ebbing away with my blood. But something else was happening too, the transformation reversing itself, scales receding, joints returning to normal alignment, vision narrowing to human parameters. With death approaching, the alien influence could no longer maintain its hold. It worked, I said, my voice weak but human again. The tears closed. Yes, Amy replied, still holding me, tears falling onto my face. It's over. They're gone. I wanted to tell her to leave, to get help, but knew it was too late for that. Instead, I fumbled in my pocket for the voice recorder, pressed it into her hand. Take this. Destroy it. Then tell them I got lost. Accident. Nothing more. She nodded, understanding. The truth would sound too incredible, would bring more people searching, might eventually lead to the tear being rediscovered, reopened. I'll tell them, she promised. No one will know what really happened here. My vision darkened further, the world reducing to a pinpoint of light. With my last strength, I spoke the words that had haunted me, but with my own meaning now. I understand now. I see what must be done. And then darkness. Peace. An end to transformation, to alien influence, to the war between human and other within me. Amy kept her promise. The official report listed my death as an accident, a fall while searching for a missing hiker. Dr. Alan Pritchard remained missing, presumed dead. The Kalmiopsis wilderness was temporarily closed to the public following the tragic accidents, then reopened with new warning signs and restricted areas. She destroyed the voice recorder, buried the components of our ritual, erased all evidence of what had really happened in that gully. But she kept a journal, hidden and encrypted, detailing everything, a warning for future generations should the tier ever begin to reopen. Sometimes, hikers in the Kalmiopsis report strange sounds at night, odd formations of fungi, unexplained lights. Rangers investigate, find nothing conclusive. Life continues, the forest grows, nature reclaims the paths and clearings where otherworldly entities once walked. But in that gully, where a pond reflects the sky rather than absorbing all light, nothing grows. No animal drinks from its waters, no bird nests in the trees surrounding it. It remains a scar in the forest, a reminder of a wound healed but not forgotten. And sometimes, when the moon is dark and the stars align in certain configurations, a faint phosphorescence can be seen beneath the pond's surface, a ghostly light that pulses like a heartbeat, like breathing, like a voice endlessly repeating, I understand now. I see what must be done. I had been working search and rescue for about 9 years when the incident took place. It was 1997, somewhere in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a place where the forest feels ancient and timeless. We got a call about a missing family, 2 parents, 1 kid. They'd gone off the trail and hadn't checked in for a few days. Standard procedure, really. It wasn't uncommon for people to overestimate their ability to handle the wilderness, and most times you found them wandering, dehydrated, but alive. My name's Dylan Curtis. I'm not one of those gung-ho adrenaline junkies, even though the job might seem like that. No, I'm more the type who enjoys a quiet night, sipping whiskey with my dog, watching reruns of shows no one under 30's ever heard of. I got into search and rescue because it seemed like something that needed doing, plus it paid well enough to cover the bills. I wasn't looking to be a hero, I was just trying to get by. The call came in around 3 a.m. The shrill ring of the phone jarred me from a dreamless sleep, and I fumbled in the darkness, knocking over an empty glass on my nightstand. My dog Rusty lifted his head from the foot of the bed, his eyes reflecting the dim moonlight filtering through my blinds. "Curtis," I mumbled into the receiver, my voice thick with sleep. "Dylan, it's Marshall." The voice on the other end belonged to my supervisor, a man who'd seen enough search and rescue operations to last several lifetimes. There was something in his tone that night, a tightness that wasn't usually there. "We've got a situation. Family of 3 supposed to be camping near Bishop Creek. Ranger station got a call from a relative when they didn't check in as planned." I rubbed my eyes, glancing at the red numbers on my digital clock. "And this can't wait until morning? Temperature's dropping out there. If they're lost or injured." He let the sentence hang, knowing I understood the implications. Every hour could mean the difference between finding someone alive or not. "Right," I sighed. "I'll be there in 20. The ranger station was quiet when I arrived. Just the soft hum of fluorescent lights and the occasional crackle of the radio. Katie was already there, leaning against the desk, a steaming cup of coffee in her hands. She nodded at me as I walked in, her face betraying no sign of fatigue despite the hour. Katie had been with the service even longer than me. She had this no-nonsense attitude that made it clear she didn't put up with the romanticized nonsense people attached to the wilderness. You know, all that find yourself in the wild crap. Katie once told me the only thing the wilderness would help you find is your own limits, and sometimes it wasn't pretty. I respected that about her. "What do we know?" I asked, pouring myself a cup of coffee from the pot that perpetually brewed in the corner. Katie handed me a folder. Family names Thompson. Parents, Michael and Lisa. Son, Ethan, 8 years old. They were supposed to be camping for 3 nights, but it's been 5 and no one's heard from them. I flipped through the sparse information. A family photo showed smiling faces, the dad with a receding hairline and glasses, the mom with long brown hair, the kid missing his 2 front teeth. They looked happy, normal. The kind of family that went camping on weekends and had a minivan in the driveway. "Last known location?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Bishop Creek," Katie replied, her expression somber. "Where the forest thickens and cell signal dies completely." I nodded, familiar with the area. It was beautiful during the day, the kind of landscape that ended up on postcards. But at night it transformed into something else entirely. Something that reminded you just how small and insignificant humans really are. "We'll head out at first light," Marshall said, entering the room with a topographical map. "Dylan, Katie, you'll take the eastern section. Jones and Ramirez will cover the west." As Marshall went over the search parameters, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling that had settled in my gut. Most search and rescue operations were straightforward. Find the lost hikers, guide them back to safety, file the paperwork. But occasionally, very occasionally, you'd get a call that felt different from the start. This was one of those calls. That night I couldn't sleep. I sat on my porch, Rusty at my feet, and stared into the darkness beyond my yard. The mountains loomed in the distance, their silhouettes barely visible against the night sky. In the morning I would venture into those mountains, searching for a family that had gone silent. And for reasons I couldn't articulate, I dreaded what we might find. As the first hints of dawn painted the sky, I packed my gear methodically. First aid kit, extra water, emergency rations, flares, radio, tools of the trade, items I'd carried countless times before. But that morning they felt heavier somehow, as if weighed down by a premonition I couldn't shake. The drive to the trailhead was quiet. Katie sat beside me in the truck, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. The radio played softly in the background, some country song about heartbreak and whiskey. "You're awfully quiet," Katie remarked, glancing at me. I shrugged. "Just tired." She nodded, but I could tell she didn't believe me. Katie had an uncanny ability to read people, to sense when something was off. It made her an excellent search and rescue ranger. It also made her difficult to lie to. "I've got a bad feeling about this one," I finally admitted as we neared the trailhead. Katie didn't respond immediately, her eyes still on the road. Then, almost too quietly to hear, she said, "Yeah, me too." The trailhead was deserted when we arrived, the small parking area empty save for a single vehicle, a blue SUV with a child's booster seat visible in the back, the Thompson family car. Seeing it there, abandoned, sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the morning air. As we unloaded our gear, I noticed something strange about the car. The doors were unlocked, and inside, everything was perfectly arranged. No signs of a hasty departure, no indication of distress. It was as if the family had parked, stepped out for a hike, and simply never returned. In the trunk, we found camping equipment still packed away. A tent, sleeping bags, a small propane stove. Items they should have taken with them for an overnight stay in the wilderness. "That's odd," Katie murmured, her brow furrowed. "Why would they leave their camping gear behind?" I had no answer, and that unsettled me more than I cared to admit. The forest welcomed us with its familiar sounds, birds calling in the canopy, the rustle of leaves in the gentle morning breeze, the occasional scurrying of small animals in the underbrush. Normal sounds, natural sounds. Yet they did nothing to ease the tension that had settled between my shoulder blades. The family had gone off-grid somewhere near Bishop Creek, where the forest thickens and cell signal dies completely. There was no GPS ping from their phones, nothing to help us other than a vague idea of where they might have been headed. We hiked for hours, just the two of us, combing the area, calling out their names, hoping to hear something. "Michael, Lisa, Ethan." Our voices echoed through the trees, swallowed by the vastness of the forest. Katie cracked a joke about how most people thought you could yell at the forest and expect it to give answers. "If the trees could talk, they'd probably tell you to shut up," she said with a wry smile. I laughed, but it sounded hollow even to my own ears. The deeper we ventured into the forest, the more I felt like we were being watched, not by anything human, but by the forest itself. An absurd thought, I knew, yet I couldn't shake it. The sun climbed higher in the sky, filtering through the dense canopy in dappled patterns that shifted with the breeze. Under different circumstances, I might have found it beautiful. But that day, those shifting shadows seemed almost deliberate, as if the forest were playing some cruel game of hide and seek. "Did you hear that?" Katie asked suddenly, stopping in her tracks. I paused, listening intently. At first there was nothing but the usual forest sounds. Then faintly I caught it. A rustling that didn't match the rhythm of the wind, a movement that seemed purposeful rather than random. "Animal?" I suggested, though I didn't believe it myself. Katie shook her head slowly. "Doesn't sound like it." We changed direction, moving toward the sound, our voices calling out the names of the missing family with renewed urgency. The terrain grew steeper, the forest denser. Fallen logs and thick underbrush made progress slow, and I found myself checking our position on the map more frequently, worried about getting turned around in the increasingly disorienting landscape. It was nearing midday when the forest began to change. The trees grew older, their trunks wider, their branches reaching higher into the sky. The undergrowth thinned, as if even the smaller plants couldn't thrive in the deep shade cast by these ancient sentinels. And then, almost imperceptibly at first, the sounds began to change too. The birdsong grew less frequent, then ceased altogether. The rustling in the underbrush fell silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. "Something's off," I murmured, voicing the thought that had been building for hours. Katie nodded, her eyes scanning the silent forest around us. "It's too quiet." The silence was absolute, pressing against my eardrums like a physical weight. In all my years in these mountains, I'd never experienced anything like it. It was as if we'd stepped into a vacuum, a place where sound itself couldn't exist. I said something to Katie about it, and she just shrugged. She wasn't one for superstitions, and neither was I. But that silence, it crawled under my skin like an itch I couldn't scratch. As we pressed deeper into that silent, ancient part of the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into something we weren't prepared to face. Something that had been waiting in these woods long before we arrived, and would remain long after we were gone. Something that hungered. We found the first sign of them around 4 in the afternoon. A small clearing, about 30 yards from the main trail, and there was a fire pit that hadn't been there too long. You could still smell the smoke, faint but present. And then there was the backpack, just sitting there like someone had left it in a rush. The clearing itself seemed ordinary enough. A patch of relatively flat ground, ideal for pitching a tent, with a stone fire ring in the center. But something about it felt wrong. The air was stagnant, heavier than it should have been. The shadows seemed to stretch at odd angles, defying the position of the sun overhead. I approached the backpack while Katie circled the perimeter of the clearing, her hand resting on the butt of her service pistol. The backpack was small, child-sized, with dinosaurs printed on the fabric. Ethan's, presumably. I knelt beside it, carefully unzipping the main compartment. Inside were the expected items: a small flashlight, a plastic water bottle, a coloring book with dinosaurs that matched the backpack's design, and a box of crayons. Normal items, reassuring in their mundanity. But as I dug deeper, my fingers brushed against something unexpected. A small notebook, its pages filled with childish handwriting and crude drawings. I flipped through it, my unease growing with each page. The first few entries were what you'd expect from an 8-year-old on a camping trip. Excited descriptions of wildlife sightings, complaints about the lack of television, musings about what might be for dinner. But the later entries, "Katie," I called, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silent clearing. "You should see this." She joined me, crouching beside the backpack as I showed her the notebook. The later entries were increasingly disturbed. The handwriting became more erratic, the drawings darker and more abstract. The final entry, dated 3 days prior, contained just one sentence: "They're watching us from the trees." Beneath it was a drawing that made my skin crawl. Stick figures with elongated limbs and no features save for wide, grinning mouths. "Kids have active imaginations," Katie said, but her voice lacked conviction. I nodded, placing the notebook back in the backpack. "Sure." Around the fire pit, we found more evidence of the family's presence. Food wrappers, an empty can of beans, a book with a dog-eared page marking where the reader had left off. Clothes were strewn about like the family had been interrupted in the middle of setting up camp, but no people, no footprints leading away, no sign of a struggle either. Just emptiness. Katie called it in, and we continued to search the perimeter. The longer we searched, the stranger it got. The forest felt like it was pressing in on us, tighter and tighter, as if it were a living thing closing its fist around the clearing. "Look at this," Katie said, gesturing to a tree at the edge of the clearing. I joined her, examining what had caught her attention. Carved into the bark, fresh enough that the exposed wood hadn't yet darkened with age, was a crude symbol, a circle with a vertical line bisecting it. It meant nothing to me, but the precision of the carving suggested it hadn't been made by a child. "Michael or Lisa, you think?" I asked. Katie shook her head. "Doesn't look like a random mark or trail sign. This was deliberate." As we continued our search, we found more of the symbols carved into trees at irregular intervals, forming no pattern I could discern. Some were fresh, others older, the wood around them beginning to heal. The symbols led us deeper into the forest, away from the main trail, into an area I wasn't familiar with despite my years of service. The trees here were different, older, their bark blackened as if by some ancient fire. Their branches twisted into shapes that seemed almost deliberate in their grotesqueness. It wasn't long before we found a second campsite, only this one was older, much older. The remnants of a tent, torn and covered in moss as if it had been abandoned years ago. It made no sense because there hadn't been any reports of missing campers in this area for a long time, at least none matching this. The tent was a vintage model, the kind that had been popular in the 70s or early 80s. Its olive green canvas was rotted in places, exposing aluminum poles bent at unnatural angles as if something had collapsed the structure from within. Around it, the ground was bare, devoid of the undergrowth that flourished elsewhere in the forest. "This isn't right," I muttered, more to myself than to Katie. "There's no record of anyone going missing here that would match this gear." Katie was examining the remains of another fire pit, this one long cold, its stones blackened with soot. "Maybe they were never reported missing," she suggested quietly. The implication sent a chill through me. How many people ventured into these woods and never came out? How many were never missed enough for someone to raise the alarm? As we searched the old campsite, the sense of being watched intensified. The silence of the forest was now so complete that I could hear my own heartbeat, a dull thudding in my ears that seemed to echo off the trees. In the remnants of the tent, we found a camera, an old Polaroid. Its plastic casing yellowed with age. The film compartment was empty, but scattered around the campsite were several photographs, their edges curled and colors faded by exposure to the elements. I collected them, my hands shaking slightly as I flipped through the images. Most were typical vacation snapshots, smiling people against the backdrop of the forest. A deer captured mid-stride, a sunset over the mountains, but the final photo in the stack made my blood run cold. It showed the same forest we now stood in, but in the background, partially obscured by the trees, was a figure. It was blurry, as if caught in motion, but its proportions were wrong. Limbs too long, torso too thin, neck stretched to an impossible length, and its face, what little of it was visible, seemed to be fixed in a grinning rictus. I showed the photo to Katie, who studied it with a frown. "Could be double exposure," she said, but again her voice lacked conviction. "Or a hoax." I nodded, wanting to believe her explanation, but a part of me knew better. This was no camera trick, no practical joke. This was something else entirely. As the day waned and shadows lengthened across the forest floor, our search took on an increasing sense of urgency. The Thompson family had been missing for 5 days now, and each passing hour diminished the chances of finding them alive. We expanded our search pattern, moving in concentric circles from the 2 campsites, calling out the names of the missing family with increasing desperation. But the forest remained silent, offering no response save for the occasional creaking of branches overhead. It was Katie who found the next clue, a strip of fabric caught on a bramble, the same pattern as a shirt Lisa Thompson had been wearing in the family photo. We followed the direction it indicated, pushing deeper into the increasingly unfamiliar territory. The trees grew denser, their canopies interlocking overhead to block out most of the fading daylight. The ground became uneven, riddled with exposed roots that seemed to reach up like grasping fingers to snare our ankles. More than once I caught myself before falling, my heart racing at each near miss. And then, as the last of the daylight faded from the sky, we found something that defied explanation. In a small clearing similar to the first, but somehow wrong, the dimensions slightly off, the angles of the trees surrounding it not quite right, was a circle of stones. Each stone was perfectly smooth, as if worn by centuries of flowing water. Yet we were miles from any river or stream. In the center of the circle lay a pile of personal effects. Watches, wedding rings, necklaces, bracelets, items people wouldn't willingly abandon. Among them, glinting in the beam of my flashlight, was a man's wedding band with an inscription inside. "To Michael, my forever love, Lisa." Katie and I exchanged a glance, the unspoken question hanging between us. What happened to these people? As I moved my flashlight around the clearing, its beam caught on something reflective at the base of a tree, a small hand mirror, the kind women carry in their purses. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. The glass was intact, surprisingly free of scratches given its apparent abandonment in the wilderness. And then I saw it. A reflection in the mirror that shouldn't have been there? A face, not my own, peering over my shoulder from the darkness behind me. A face with 2 wide eyes and a mouth stretched into an impossible grin. I spun around, heart hammering, but there was nothing there. Just the darkness of the forest and Katie, standing several yards away, her flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. "What's wrong?" she asked, noticing my sudden movement. I hesitated, unwilling to voice what I'd seen, fearing it would make the hallucination, for surely that's what it was, a trick of light and shadow and exhaustion, somehow more real. "Nothing," I lied. "Thought I heard something." Katie nodded, but her expression was skeptical. She'd been my partner long enough to know when I was holding something back. As we continued our search through the deepening night, the forest seemed to close in around us, the darkness between the trees thicker than it should have been, swallowing our flashlight beams at half their normal range. The air grew cold, unnaturally so for the season, our breath fogging in front of our faces, and all the while that feeling of being watched persisted, growing stronger with each passing hour. Eyes in the darkness, following our every move. Waiting, watching, hungering. Then we found the first body. It was the kid. He was slumped against a tree, his face pale, and I swear his eyes looked like they'd seen something no kid should ever have to. The discovery came just before midnight, in a part of the forest I couldn't have found again if my life depended on it. The trees here grew so close together that we had to turn sideways to squeeze between them in places. The ground was soft, almost spongy beneath our boots, giving way slightly with each step as if we were walking on the back of some vast, slumbering creature. Our flashlight beams caught him simultaneously. A small figure huddled at the base of an enormous pine tree, knees drawn up to his chest, head slumped forward. For one hopeful, heart-stopping moment I thought he might be alive, just sleeping or unconscious. But as we drew closer, that hope withered and died. Ethan Thompson had been dead for at least a day, maybe 2. His skin had taken on the waxy pallor of death, his lips blue, his eyes, God, his eyes. They were open, staring sightlessly into the darkness, but it was the expression in them that haunted me. Pure terror, frozen on his face in the moment of death. His body was intact, no obvious wounds, but his hands, they were raw, as if he'd been clawing at the ground or the trees. The fingernails were torn, some missing entirely, the fingertips bloody and mangled. "Jesus," Katie whispered, kneeling beside the boy's body. What happened to him? I shook my head, at a loss for words. There were no signs of animal attack, no indication of a fall or other accident. It was as if the boy had simply died of fright, his heart giving out from pure terror. In his hand, clutched so tightly we had to pry his fingers open, was a small object, a toy soldier, the kind that comes in a plastic bag from the dollar store. But this one had been modified, its plastic limbs stretched and twisted, its face crudely reshaped into a grinning caricature. I pocketed the grotesque toy, unwilling to leave it with the boy's body but equally unwilling to examine it more closely in the oppressive darkness of the forest. We documented the scene as best we could, taking photos with the small digital camera we carried for such purposes, noting the GPS coordinates on our map. Standard procedure, though nothing about this situation felt standard. I told Katie, but she was already way ahead of me, scanning the area. No sign of the parents, she said, her voice flat, professional, like she'd switched into autopilot. But I could see it in her eyes. She didn't know what the hell was going on either. We radioed back to base, told them what we'd found, and then Katie decided we should move deeper into the forest. If there was a chance the parents were still alive, we had to act fast. I didn't argue, though. Every instinct in me was screaming that we should turn back, call in the cavalry, and let the higher-ups handle it. The radio crackled with static as Marshall's voice came through, broken and distorted. "Recovery team, first light, stay put." Katie frowned at the device. "We're losing signal," she said, adjusting the frequency, but the static only grew worse. I glanced at my watch, nearly 1 in the morning. The recovery team wouldn't arrive until dawn, at least 6 hours away. 6 hours of waiting in the darkness next to the body of a child who had died in terror. "We should set up a perimeter," I suggested, more to have something to do than out of any real procedural necessity. "Make sure the scene isn't disturbed." Katie nodded, already unspooling the bright yellow tape we carried for such purposes. As she worked, I found myself drawn back to the boy's body, to the expression frozen on his face. What had he seen in his final moments? What horror had stopped his heart? As I stood there lost in these morbid thoughts, I noticed something strange about the tree the boy was leaning against. The bark directly above his head was discolored, darker than the surrounding wood. I directed my flashlight beam upward, following the discoloration as it extended up the trunk. It wasn't until the light reached the first major branch, some 15 feet above the ground, that I realized what I was seeing. Not discoloration, but a trail. A trail of the same dark, viscous fluid that had matted the boy's hair where his head rested against the trunk. The substance had dripped down from above, following the contours of the bark. I traced it higher, my light revealing more of the dark trail as it wound around the trunk, leading up into the dense canopy where the branches grew too thick for my flashlight to penetrate. "Katie," I called, my voice tight. "There's something—" A sound interrupted me. A soft thud from somewhere above, followed by a rustle of leaves. Both Katie and I froze, our flashlights aimed upward, scanning the branches overhead. Nothing. Then another sound, this time to our right, deeper in the forest. A cracking of twigs, too deliberate to be the wind, too heavy to be a small animal. "Hello?" Katie called, her voice steady despite the tension evident in her posture. "Michael? Lisa? This is search and rescue. We're here to help." No response, just the oppressive silence of the forest, broken only by our breathing and the occasional distant creak of branches. We pushed on, and that's when things really went sideways. I heard something first, something moving through the underbrush. Fast, but not like an animal. It was too deliberate, too human. The sound circled us, first to our left, then behind, then to our right, as if whatever was making it was testing our perimeter, looking for a weakness. I signaled to Katie, and we both stopped dead in our tracks, listening. There it was again, this time closer. But when we called out, no one answered. That's when the smell hit us. Rot. Pure, unfiltered rot. Like a carcass that had been left out too long in the sun. But there hadn't been any sign of scavengers, no vultures circling. And in my experience, the forest was quick to clean up its own messes. Not this time. The stench grew stronger as we moved forward, guided by the disturbing sounds that continued to circle us. It was as if whatever was out there was hurting us, directing our path through the forest toward some unknown destination. We followed the stench to a small ravine, and at the bottom, that's where we saw them. The parents, or what was left of them. The ravine was shallow, no more than 15 feet deep, its sides steep but navigable. At the bottom, illuminated by our flashlight beams, lay 2 figures, one male, one female. Michael and Lisa Thompson, though I would have been hard-pressed to identify them if not for the context. They were lying there, faces twisted but not in pain. No, it was worse than that. It was like they were grinning, their mouths stretched wide in expressions of manic glee that contrasted horribly with the condition of their bodies. They had been dead longer than their son, that much was clear. The process of decay was well underway, their skin mottled and bloated, their eyes sunken into their skulls. But it was the positioning of the bodies that disturbed me most. They were arranged side by side, hands clasped together between them as if they'd lain down to die together. Their free arms were outstretched, pointing toward the northern edge of the ravine, pointing at something. Katie muttered something under her breath, but I didn't catch it. I was too focused on the figure standing just beyond the ravine, watching us. At first I thought it was a person, a man maybe, with the way it was standing. But when it stepped forward into the light, I realized how wrong I was. Its body was stretched, like someone had taken a human shape and pulled it too far in every direction. The skin was sickly pale, almost translucent, and it was covered in this wet sheen, like it had just crawled out of something foul. The creature stood at least 7 feet tall, its limbs unnaturally long and thin, bending at joints that didn't correspond to human anatomy. Its hands ended in elongated fingers tipped with dark, curved claws that scraped against the tree trunk it stood beside. But it was the face that seared itself into my memory, the feature that still haunts my nightmares. It was vaguely human in structure, 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, but wrongly proportioned, as if whoever had assembled it had only a passing familiarity with human faces. The eyes were too large, too round, and entirely black, reflecting our flashlight beams like pools of oil. The nose was merely a suggestion, 2 slits in the center of the face. And the mouth, God, the mouth was stretched into a grin that split the face almost in half, revealing rows of needle-like teeth that gleamed wetly in the artificial light. It moved like it didn't know how to use its own limbs properly, like it was testing out a body it hadn't quite grown into. Each movement was jerky yet deliberate, a marionette controlled by an unskilled puppeteer. For a moment that stretched into eternity, we stared at each other, Katie and I frozen in horror, the creature regarding us with what I can only describe as hungry curiosity. Then Katie broke the spell. She drew her gun, the movement swift and practiced despite the tremor in her hands. But before she could aim, the creature bolted, faster than I'd ever seen anything move, disappearing into the darkness of the forest with a sound like wet cloth tearing. I didn't think. I just reacted. We both took off after it, running through the trees like our lives depended on it, which, by that point, I guess they did. In retrospect, it was a foolish, possibly suicidal action. We should have stayed with the bodies, waited for backup, followed procedure. But in that moment, driven by adrenaline and a desperate need to make sense of what we'd seen, we gave chase. The forest blurred around us as we ran, our flashlight beams bouncing wildly, creating a disorienting strobe effect that made the trees seem to move, to reach for us with gnarled branches. The creature crashed through the underbrush ahead, visible only in fleeting glimpses. A pale limb here, the gleam of those oil-slick eyes there. We chased it for what felt like hours, though it was probably just minutes. I could hear it crashing through the underbrush ahead, but no matter how fast we ran, it was always just out of sight, like it was leading us somewhere. And all the while, that rotten stench hung in the air, growing stronger with each step we took, as if we were being led deeper into the source of the corruption that had taken root in this part of the forest. I lost track of our position, of how far we'd strayed from the ravine and the bodies of the Thompson parents. The terrain became increasingly unfamiliar, the trees older and more gnarled, their bark blackened as if by some ancient fire that had swept through the area centuries ago. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the creature vanished into the forest, the sounds of its passage ceasing abruptly, leaving us in a silence so complete it felt like a physical pressure against my eardrums. We stopped, gasping for breath, our flashlight beams sweeping the area in frantic arcs. Nothing. Just trees and shadows and the lingering stench of decay. That's when Katie spotted something in the dirt. There, partially buried, was a pile of bones. Human bones. Some of them looked old, weathered. Others not so much. The bone pile sat in a small depression in the forest floor, as if the earth had subsided beneath the weight of so much death. At first glance, it appeared to be the remains of perhaps 3 or 4 individuals. But as Katie directed her flashlight methodically across the grim display, it became clear that the number was much higher. Skulls, femurs, rib cages, a charnel house's worth of human remains, jumbled together in a haphazard heap. Some bones were yellowed with age, brittle and cracked, while others were newer, still bearing traces of dried tissue and ligaments. "This isn't possible," Katie whispered, her voice barely audible. "There's no way this many people could go missing in these woods without someone noticing." But the evidence lay before us. undeniable in its grotesque abundance. Dozens of people, perhaps more, had died here, their remains discarded like trash in this forgotten corner of the forest. I knelt beside the pile, my training temporarily overriding my horror, as I examined the nearest skull. It was old, the bone yellowed and fragile, but what caught my attention was a series of marks along the cranium, long, parallel grooves that could only have been made by claws or some sharp implement. "Katie," I called, gesturing to the marks. "Look at this." She crouched beside me, her flashlight illuminating the grisly find. "Those aren't animal marks," she said after a moment, her voice tight. "Too regular, too deliberate." She was right. The grooves were evenly spaced, uniform in depth, almost like someone had been harvesting something from the skull. The thought made my stomach churn. As we examined more of the remains, we found similar marks on many of the bones. Long grooves, circular bores, in some cases entire sections of bone removed with surgical precision. It was methodical, purposeful. Interspersed among the human remains were other objects. Shreds of clothing ranging from modern synthetic fabrics to what looked like hand-woven cloth from an earlier era. Personal effects like watches, rings, and in one case, a small leather-bound diary so deteriorated by exposure that the pages crumbled when I attempted to open it. And, most disturbingly, children's toys, dolls, action figures, a small metal car with chipped red paint. Each item told a fragment of a story, a life cut short in these woods. But what had brought them here, and what had killed them? We didn't speak. We didn't have to. We both knew what we were looking at. This wasn't just a missing family anymore. This was something else. Something bigger. Something wrong. The realization settled over us like a physical weight. We weren't dealing with a tragic accident or even a conventional predator. This was something else entirely. Something that had been hunting in these woods for what appeared to be generations. I was about to suggest we retreat, call for immediate backup, when a strange sound broke the silence. A soft, rhythmic clicking, like bone tapping against bone. It came from everywhere and nowhere, surrounding us, disorienting in its omnipresence. We turned to leave, but we weren't alone. That thing, whatever it was, had circled back, and it wasn't alone this time. There were more of them, half a dozen at least, slinking through the trees. They emerged from the darkness one by one, their pale bodies catching the last bits of moonlight as they closed in. Each was similar to the first we'd encountered. Elongated limbs, stretched features, mouths fixed in those terrible grins, but with subtle variations. One had extra joints in its arms, bending in impossible ways. Another's face was split vertically, the two halves seeming to move independently. A third had what appeared to be multiple smaller mouths scattered across its torso, each grinning in grotesque mimicry of the main one. They moved with that same jerky, puppet-like gait, as if wearing bodies they hadn't fully mastered, circling us with predatory patience. The clicking sound emanated from them, produced by their teeth chattering together in a rhythm that almost suggested language. Katie didn't hesitate. She fired off a shot, then another, the reports deafening in the confined space. I saw one of the creatures stagger as a bullet struck it in the shoulder, but it was like they didn't care. Black fluid oozed from the wound, but the creature showed no sign of pain, continuing its inexorable approach. They moved closer, slowly, like they knew there was no rush, like they had all the time in the world. The circle tightened, the creature's movements becoming more coordinated, more purposeful. It was like watching a pack of wolves corral their prey, each knowing its role in the hunt. I felt a pressure building in my head, a painful buzzing behind my eyes that intensified as the creatures drew closer. With it came flashes, images, fragments of memory that weren't my own. A young couple setting up camp in the 1950s, their faces full of hope and adventure. A solitary hiker from the 1970s, bearded and carrying a walking stick. A family in the 1980s, parents and two children posing for a photo against the backdrop of Bishop Creek. All of them smiling. All of them unaware of what awaited them in these woods. The visions came faster, more fragmented. Fear, pursuit, capture. Pain. So much pain. And through it all, those grinning faces watching, observing, learning, I realized with dawning horror what I was experiencing. The memories of those who had died here, somehow preserved and now being projected into my mind by these creatures. They weren't just killing, they were collecting, harvesting not just bodies but experiences, memories, perhaps even souls. Katie was experiencing it too. I could see it in her face, in the unfocused look in her eyes, the way she struggled to maintain her aim as the barrage of foreign memories assaulted her consciousness. "We have to go," I managed to choke out, the words feeling thick and clumsy in my mouth. Now, one of the creatures, larger than the others and with a crown-like growth protruding from its skull, stepped forward. Its mouth opened wider than should have been physically possible, the lower jaw distending like a snake's to reveal rows upon rows of needle-like teeth extending deep into its throat. From that cavernous maw came a sound that was not a sound, a vibration that bypassed my ears entirely and resonated directly in my bones. It wasn't language as we understand it, but meaning formed in my mind nonetheless. Stay. The word wasn't spoken but felt. A command that carried with it the weight of centuries, of countless lives ended in this forest primeval. Join. Another creature stepped forward, this one with limbs so long they dragged along the ground. In one twisted hand it held what I first took to be a stick or small branch, but as it extended the object toward me, I recognized with nauseating clarity what it actually was. A human femur, polished smooth by handling, inscribed with the same symbols we'd seen carved into the trees. Become. The third word brought with it a vision of transformation. Bodies stretched and twisted, minds broken and remade, humanity stripped away layer by layer until only these grinning abominations remained. I didn't wait for Katie's signal. I ran. I don't remember much of the next few minutes. Just the sound of my heartbeat in my ears and the trees blurring past me. The forest seemed to fight me as I fled, roots rising to trip my feet, branches whipping at my face, undergrowth thickening to block my path. Behind me, I could hear the creatures giving chase, their movements through the forest quicker and more efficient than my own panicked flight. My lungs burned, my legs trembled with exertion, but terror drove me onward, away from those grinning faces and the bone pile that testified to their appetites. I ran blindly, with no sense of direction, no plan beyond escape. I don't know how long I ran, but when I finally stopped, gasping for breath, my body pushed beyond its limits. I realized Katie wasn't behind me. The realization hit me like a physical blow. In my panic, I'd abandoned my partner, left her to face those things alone. I stood there, bent over with my hands on my knees, breath coming in ragged gasps, torn between the instinct for self-preservation and the duty to go back for Katie. The forest around me was quiet now, the only sound my own labored breathing and the blood rushing in my ears. Had I lost the creatures? Or were they still out there, patiently tracking me, toying with their prey before the final capture? As my breathing steadied and my pulse slowed, I became aware of my surroundings. The trees here were different, younger, less twisted, their bark the normal gray-brown instead of the blackened, scarred surface of those in the area we'd fled. The air was cleaner too, free of the rotting stench that had permeated the other part of the forest. Had I crossed some invisible boundary? Escaped the territory of those grinning horrors? I looked back the way I'd come, but in the darkness with no trail to follow, I couldn't tell which direction would lead back to Katie. The realization settled in my gut like a stone. I was lost, separated from my partner, with no way to find her in the vastness of the forest. My radio crackled suddenly, the sound so unexpected in the silence that I nearly dropped the device. Through a haze of static, I heard a voice, not Katie's, but Marshall's. "Curtis? Do you copy? What's your position?" "Over." I fumbled with the radio, pressing the transmit button with shaking fingers. "Marshall, this is Curtis. I don't know where I am. We found the Thompson family, all deceased, and then there was something in the woods, something not human. Katie and I got separated. She's still out there." There was a long pause, then Marshall's voice again, thick with concern. "Say again, Curtis. You're breaking up. Did you find the family?" "Yes," I shouted into the radio, desperation making my voice crack. "They're dead, all of them. And there's something in the woods, Marshall. Something hunting people. It got Katie. We have to send a team, a full team, armed." "Curtis," Marshall interrupted, his voice calm but firm. "You're not making sense. Where's Ranger Harrison?" "Katie." He meant Katie. Why couldn't I make him understand? "I told you," I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. "We got separated. There were these things, creatures, in the woods. They've been taking people for years, maybe decades. There's a pile of bones, Marshall. Dozens of victims." Another pause, longer this time. Then, cautiously, "Dylan, are you injured? Did you hit your head?" He didn't believe me. Of course he didn't. How could he? If I hadn't seen those things with my own eyes, felt their alien presence in my mind, I wouldn't believe it either. "I'm fine," I said, defeat creeping into my voice. "Just send a team, please. Katie's still out there." "We've got teams mobilizing now," Marshall assured me. "Stay where you are. Use your emergency flare if you have to. We'll find you." The radio went silent, leaving me alone in the darkness with the knowledge that help was coming. But they had no idea what they were walking into. I sank to the ground, my back against a tree, exhaustion washing over me in waves. My flashlight beam played over the forest, revealing nothing but ordinary trees and undergrowth. No pale, elongated figures, no grinning faces watching from the shadows. But they were out there. I knew they were. And they had Katie. As the adrenaline ebbed from my system, a leaden hopelessness took its place. What chance did Katie have against those things? What chance did any of us have? The creatures had been hunting in these woods for generations, claiming victims with impunity, their existence nothing more than campfire stories and unexplained disappearances. How many search and rescue operations had ended like this, with rangers vanishing without a trace, their fate unknown? I knew I should move, try to find my way back to a trail, set off my flare to guide the rescue teams, but exhaustion and despair pinned me to the spot, my body refusing to cooperate with what my mind knew needed to be done. As dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, painting the forest in shades of gray and pale gold, I finally found the strength to stand. The darkness was receding, taking with it some of the paralyzing fear that had gripped me through the night. In the growing light, I could see that I'd ended up near a rocky outcropping, the terrain sloping upward toward what might be a ridge or viewpoint. If I could reach higher ground, I might be able to orient myself, perhaps even spot landmarks that would lead me back to civilization. With renewed purpose, I began to climb, my muscles protesting after the night's exertions but responding to the urgency of my situation. The slope was steep but manageable, the rocks providing solid handholds as I made my way upward. It took nearly an hour to reach the top, the sun now fully risen, casting long shadows across the forest below. From my vantage point, I could see for miles the vast expanse of the Sierra Nevada stretching out before me, a sea of green broken by occasional meadows and the silver ribbons of streams. And there in the distance was something man-made, a road perhaps, or a fire break. A way out. Hope surged within me, giving new strength to my tired limbs. I began to descend the other side of the ridge, moving as quickly as I dared over the uneven terrain, my goal fixed firmly in my mind. I would find help. I would come back for Katie. And if those things had... No, I couldn't think about that now. One step at a time, find help first. As I neared the bottom of the slope, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of voices. Human voices. "Hello," I shouted, my voice cracking with emotion. "Over here." Figures appeared through the trees, men and women in the familiar uniform of the Forest Service, moving with purpose, calling out names. A search party. I stumbled toward them, relief making my knees weak. As they spotted me, several broke into a run, reaching me just as my strength gave out entirely. "Curtis?" A woman's voice, concerned. A face I recognized, Rodriguez, from the Eastern Station. "Jesus, you look like hell. Are you hurt?" I shook my head, words tumbling out in a disordered rush. "Katie, the Thompson family, they're all dead. And there's something in the woods, something not human. It's been taking people for years. We have to go back. We have to find Katie." Rodriguez exchanged a glance with one of her companions, a look I recognized all too well. "The look you give when you think someone's lost their mind." "Dylan," she said gently, helping me to my feet. "You're dehydrated and exhausted. Let's get you back to base, get you checked out by medical." "No," I protested, trying to pull away. "You don't understand. They're real. They took Katie. We have to go back." Another ranger stepped forward. Jackson, a veteran of the service with salt and pepper hair and a perpetual scowl. "Curtis," he said firmly, "we've had teams searching all night. No sign of Harrison or the Thompson family. No campsites, no remains, nothing. That couldn't be right. We'd found them. We'd seen the bodies, the bone pile, the creatures." "You were looking in the wrong place," I insisted. "It's deeper in, past Bishop Creek, where the old trees are, the ones with the black bark." Jackson's scowl deepened. "There are no blackened trees in that area, Curtis. Last fire through there was in '72, and the forest has fully regenerated since then." I stared at him, uncomprehending. Had I imagined it all? The campsites, the bodies, the bone pile, those grinning creatures? No, it had been real. Katie had seen it too. "Katie," I said, grasping at the one fact they couldn't deny. "Katie's missing. She was with me." Rodriguez nodded, her expression softening. "Yes, and we're looking for her. But right now, we need to get you to safety. You can help us by telling us everything you remember about where you last saw her." I wanted to argue, to insist they listen, but exhaustion and the growing suspicion that they would never believe me without proof sapped my resistance. I allowed them to lead me toward their vehicles parked on a narrow forestry road I hadn't noticed in my panic. As we walked, I tried one more time. "The Thompson family," I said. "They're dead. The boy Ethan, he's by a big pine tree. The parents are in a ravine nearby. And there's a pile of bones, dozens of them, people who've gone missing in these woods over the years." Jackson and Rodriguez exchanged another glance, their skepticism evident. But it was Jackson who finally responded, his voice gruff but not unkind. "We'll keep looking," he promised, "for the Thompsons and for Katie. But Curtis, you need to prepare yourself. People go missing in these woods. Not everyone is found." The words settled over me like a shroud, heavy with implication. They thought Katie was dead, another tragic statistic in the annals of the Forest Service. They would search, of course, but without knowing what they were truly facing, what chance did they have? As we reached the vehicles, I turned for one last look at the forest, at the ancient trees standing sentinel over their secrets. Somewhere in there, Katie was either fighting for her life or already gone, claimed by creatures that shouldn't exist in any rational world. And I was leaving her behind. When I made it back to base, I told them everything, but they didn't believe me. Of course they didn't. They sent out more teams, and when they didn't come back, they closed off the area, blamed it on a landslide or some other natural disaster. The debriefing was a nightmare. Hours of questions, the same ones asked in slightly different ways, as if they were trying to catch me in a lie. Marshall led the interrogation, his expression carefully neutral as I recounted the events of that night for the third, fourth, fifth time. "And you maintain that you saw creatures in the forest?" he asked, this skepticism evident despite his attempt at professional detachment. "Yes," I insisted, too tired to be anything but blunt. "Humanoid but wrong, with stretched limbs and grinning faces. There were at least half a dozen of them. They've been hunting in those woods for generations." Marshall made a note on his pad, the scratching of his pen the only sound in the small conference room. "And these creatures attacked you and Ranger Harrison." "They surrounded us," I corrected. "Katie fired at them, but it didn't seem to have much effect. They communicated somehow, not with words but directly into our minds. Then I ran." The admission of cowardice burned in my throat. I lost Katie in the confusion. Marshall set down his pen and leaned back, regarding me with a mixture of concern and disbelief. "Dylan," he said, using my first name for the first time in the interview, "you understand how this sounds?" I laughed, a harsh, broken sound that surprised even me. "Of course I do. If I hadn't seen it myself, I'd think I was crazy too. But it happened, Marshall. Katie saw it too. Ask her when you find her." "If you find her," I didn't say. The unspoken words hung in the air between us. Marshall sighed, rubbing his temples. "The medical team says you're suffering from extreme exhaustion and possible mild hypothermia, conditions that can cause hallucinations, disorientation." "I know what I saw," I cut him off. "The Thompson family is dead. Their bodies are out there, along with who knows how many others, and those things are still hunting." "We've had teams searching the area you described for the past 12 hours, Marshall replied, his patience fraying. "No bodies, no campsites, no evidence of any disturbance, and no sign of Katie." The news hit me like a physical blow. How was that possible? The campsites had been there, the bodies, the bone pile. They couldn't just vanish, unless... A terrible thought occurred to me. What if the creatures had moved everything? What if they were intelligent enough, organized enough, to erase the evidence of their existence when threatened with discovery? "You're not looking in the right place," I insisted, though a seed of doubt had taken root. Had I been hallucinating? Was Katie out there somewhere, injured or lost, while I spun tales of monsters in the woods? No. It had been real. The raw terror in Ethan Thompson's eyes, the grotesque grins on his parents' faces, the pile of bones testifying to years of predation. Those weren't hallucinations, they couldn't be. The debriefing ended without resolution. I was placed on administrative leave pending a psychological evaluation. My service weapon and badge temporarily confiscated. Standard procedure, they assured me. For an officer who had experienced trauma in the line of duty, I was sent home with a prescription for sleeping pills and strict instructions to rest, as if sleep were possible with the images that flashed behind my eyelids whenever I closed them. Those grinning faces, Katie's expression as I abandoned her. The bone pile with its silent testimony to decades of horror. The search for Katie continued for 2 weeks. Teams combed the area around Bishop Creek. Helicopters scanning from above, cadaver dogs brought in from as far away as Sacramento. Nothing. No trace of Katie Harrison, no sign of the Thompson family, no evidence of the horrors I'd described. Doubt began to creep in, not just from others but from within my own mind. Had I imagined it all? Was I suffering from some kind of breakdown? The questions tormented me as I paced the confines of my small cabin. Rusty watching me with concerned eyes. The psychological evaluation diagnosed me with PTSD and recommended extended leave, possibly a transfer to a less demanding position within the service. My account of the night's events was attributed to trauma-induced hallucinations exacerbated by exhaustion and environmental stress. A convenient explanation. Tidy. Rational. Wrong. I knew what I had seen, what I had felt. The creatures were real, and they were still out there, hunting in the shadows of the Sierra Nevada. 3 more weeks passed. Katie was officially listed as missing, presumed dead. A memorial service was held at the ranger station, attended by her colleagues and family. I sat in the back, unable to meet the eyes of her parents, the weight of my cowardice crushing my chest. The Thompson family was never found. Their case remained open, their disappearance unexplained. Their blue SUV was eventually towed from the trailhead parking lot, another piece of evidence in a case that would likely never be solved. I quit the job a week later. I told them I needed time off, but the truth is, I'm not going back into those woods. I don't care how much they pay me. The official story became that Katie and I had become separated during a routine search and rescue operation. That she had fallen, perhaps, or been attacked by a mountain lion or bear. Natural explanations for an unnatural fate. But I know the truth, even if I don't have the words to explain it. Katie's still out there, or what's left of her. And those things, whatever they are, they're not human. Not anymore. In the months that followed, I tried to move on. I took a job as a security guard at a shopping mall in Reno, about as far from search and rescue work as I could get. I avoided the outdoors, especially wooded areas. I jumped at shadows and flinched at the sound of branches scraping against my window at night. I researched obsessively, looking for similar accounts, for any evidence that what I had experienced was real. I found scattered reports. Hikers gone missing in remote areas, search parties that returned with fewer members than they set out with, old legends of forests where people disappeared without a trace. Nothing concrete, nothing that would convince a skeptic, but enough to convince me that I wasn't alone in my encounter with something beyond ordinary explanation. 6 months after that night, I received a package in the mail. No return address, no note inside. Just a small, clear plastic bag containing a single item, a Forest Service badge. Bent and tarnished, but unmistakable. Katie's badge, the one she had been wearing the night we separated. I held it in trembling hands, turning it over and over, as if it might somehow speak to me, tell me what had happened to its owner. But it remained silent, a mute reminder of my failure, my cowardice. That night, I dreamed of the forest, of trees with blackened bark and twisted branches, of pale figures moving between them, their elongated limbs swaying with an unnatural grace, their faces split by grinning mouths, and among them, a new figure, familiar yet wrong. Its proportions stretched, its movements jerky and puppet-like, but I recognized the face, or what remained of it. Katie, or something wearing her form, grinning with too many teeth, watching me from the darkness between the trees. I woke screaming, Rusty whining and pawing at my bed in distress. The dream clung to me, more vivid than any nightmare had a right to be. More memory than fantasy. In the morning, I packed my bags. I couldn't stay in Nevada, not with the Sierra Nevada looming on the horizon, a constant reminder of what lurked in its depths. I drove east, putting as much distance as possible between myself and those ancient woods. I settled in Ohio, about as far from mountains and forests as I could get while still feeling somewhat at home. I found a job, made a few acquaintances, I wouldn't call them friends, established a routine. I tried to forget, but sometimes on quiet nights when the wind blows just right, I imagine I can hear it, that soft rhythmic clicking, like bone tapping against bone, a sound that comes from everywhere and nowhere, surrounding me, finding me even across thousands of miles. And I know with a certainty that chills my blood, that they're still out there, still hunting, still collecting, still becoming. I don't care how much they pay me. I'm never going back into those woods. But sometimes in the darkest hours of the night, I wonder if it matters. If distance makes any difference to creatures that can reach directly into your mind, that can show you memories that aren't your own. I wonder if someday they'll find me. If Katie, or what was once Katie, will lead them to my door. Her face split in that terrible grin, her arms outstretched in welcome. Join, they'll say, without speaking. Become, and I'll have nowhere left to run. My name is Michael Kane, but the Cherokee side of my family calls me Kanati, guardian of the hunt. It's a name that carries weight in these ancient mountains of western North Carolina, where my great-grandmother's stories still echo through the hollows like morning mist. She used to tell me that names have power, that they shape who we become. Standing here now, 20 years later, wearing the badge of a U.S. Forest Service Ranger, I understand what she meant. The radio crackled to life on my desk, interrupting my morning coffee and the stack of incident reports I'd been avoiding. Ranger Kane, we have a possible missing persons case. Group of hikers failed to return from the Appalachian Trail section near Cataract Falls. I keyed the mic. Copy that? How many in the party? 4. 2 couples from Atlanta. They were due back yesterday evening. I glanced at the calendar hanging above my desk. September 21st. The autumn equinox. My great-grandmother would have said it was a significant day, a time when the veil between worlds grows thin. The Cherokee calendar marks this as a period of balance, but also danger. The old stories speak of creatures that emerge during such times, drawn by the shifting energies that most people can't feel but never fail to affect them. Any last known location? I asked. Trail marker 47, approximately 2 miles north of the falls. They were registered for a 3-day camping trip. Trail marker 47. I knew that area well. Too well. It was where I'd had my first encounter 3 years ago. The memory still sent ice through my veins. The feeling of being watched by something just beyond the tree line. The way the forest fell silent as if every living thing was holding its breath, waiting. I'd found massive footprints in the soft earth near the creek, each one nearly 18 inches long with distinct toe impressions. The prints had vanished into the rocky terrain, but the feeling of those unseen eyes following me had lasted for miles. Roger, I'll head out within the hour. I gathered my gear methodically. Emergency medical supplies, rope, GPS unit, my grandfather's hunting knife, a blade he'd carried in Korea and had blessed by the tribe's medicine man before passing it to me. Most importantly, I grabbed the small leather pouch my great-grandmother had given me before she passed. Inside were sacred tobacco, sage, and a small piece of black obsidian. For protection against the things that shouldn't be, she'd whispered with her dying breath. The drive to the trailhead took me through territory that had been Cherokee land for 1,000 years before the first white settlers arrived. The mountains here are different from the tourist-friendly peaks further south. These are the old mountains, shrouded in legends that predate European contact by centuries. My people called this region Nvigigiviga, the place where the giants walk. The stories speak of the Kekla Kudla, massive hair-covered beings that served as guardians of the forest's deepest secrets. I parked at the trailhead and noticed immediately that something was wrong. The forest was too quiet, no bird songs, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Even the insects seemed muted. In my training, we learned that animals are the first to sense danger. When the forest goes silent, you listen. The trail leading to marker 47 wound through increasingly dense woodland. Ancient hemlocks towered overhead, their branches intertwining to block out most of the afternoon sun. Patches of fog clung to the hollows despite the late hour, creating an otherworldly atmosphere that made me instinctively check over my shoulder every few hundred yards. I found the hiker's campsite easily enough. Their gear was scattered in a way that suggested a hasty departure rather than an organized pack-up. 2 tents, one partially collapsed, sleeping bags spilled out onto the ground. A camp stove sat cold beside the remnants of what looked like an interrupted meal. But it was the tracks that made my blood run cold. Mixed in with the boot prints of the missing hikers were others. Barefoot impressions nearly twice the size of human feet, with elongated toes and a heel that pressed deep into the soft earth. The stride length was impossible for any human, each step covering nearly 6 feet of ground. The prints led away from the campsite and deeper into the forest, following a game trail that I knew eventually connected to a series of limestone caves. I followed the trail for nearly a mile before the tracks became harder to read on the rocky terrain. The path descended into a hollow I'd never fully explored. Despite years of ranging these mountains, the air grew noticeably cooler as I descended, and I caught a smell that raised every hair on the back of my neck. A musky, organic odor that reminded me of wet animal hide mixed with something else, something that spoke to a primal fear buried deep in human DNA. The hollow opened into a small clearing dominated by a ring of standing stones. Not natural formations, these had been placed by human hands, though clearly not recently. Moss and lichen covered their surfaces, and some bore carved symbols that I recognized from my great-grandmother's stories. Cherokee petroglyphs, but older than anything I'd seen before. At the center of the ring stood a single oak tree, its trunk easily 8 feet in diameter, its branches reaching toward the darkening sky like gnarled fingers, and hanging from those branches were pieces of clothing, a red hiking boot, a torn jacket sleeve, a baseball cap with the Atlanta Braves logo. Fresh enough that they hadn't yet been weathered by rain or sun, my radio crackled to life, making me jump. "Ranger Kane, what's your status?" I keyed the mic with trembling fingers. "I've found evidence of the missing party. Going to need backup and a search team." "Copy that. ETA on backup is 2 hours." 2 hours. In this place, with darkness falling and the blood moon rising above the mountains, 2 hours felt like an eternity. I was about to key the mic again when I heard it. A sound that had haunted my dreams since that day 3 years ago. A low, resonant call that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Not quite human, but not quite animal either. It echoed off the limestone walls of the hollow, creating harmonics that made my chest vibrate. The call was answered from somewhere to my left, then again from my right. I was surrounded. My great-grandmother's voice whispered in my memory. "The giants are guardians, Kanati, but they guard things that were never meant for human eyes. When you hear their voices calling in the darkness, you must choose. Will you run, or will you stand and face what guards the threshold between worlds?" I reached for the medicine pouch at my belt and stepped deeper into the circle of stones. The missing hikers were out there somewhere, and my badge, my name, demanded that I find them. Whatever lurked in these ancient woods would have to be faced. The Cherokee word Kanati doesn't just mean guardian of the hunt. It means guardian against the things that hunt us. The blood moon crested the treetops, bathing the hollow in crimson light, and the forest began to whisper with voices that predated civilization. My radio hissed with static as the electromagnetic interference intensified, a phenomenon I'd learned to associate with their presence. I was no longer just a park ranger investigating a missing persons case. I was a Cherokee warrior entering the realm of legends. The blood moon cast everything in shades of rust and shadow as I made my way deeper into the hollow. My flashlight beam seemed feeble against the supernatural crimson glow filtering through the canopy. Every step took me further from the rational world of incident reports and search protocols, and deeper into the realm of my ancestors' warnings. The clothing hanging from the oak tree branches swayed gently in a breeze I couldn't feel. As I approached for a closer look, I noticed that the items weren't torn or damaged. They appeared to have been carefully removed and placed there deliberately. The red hiking boot still bore its laces, tied in the precise knots favored by experienced hikers. The jacket sleeve showed no rips or tears, just clean separation at the seam. I photographed everything with my phone, though I doubted the images would come out clearly in this strange light. The electromagnetic interference was getting stronger. My GPS unit flickered between readings, sometimes showing my location as miles from where I knew I stood. A twig snapped behind me. I spun around, hand instinctively moving to the pistol on my hip, but stopped when I saw her. An elderly Cherokee woman stood at the edge of the clearing, wearing traditional dress that seemed to absorb the moonlight. Her silver hair was braided with eagle feathers and small bones. She shouldn't have been there, couldn't have been there. The hollow was accessible only through the narrow game trail I'd followed, and I would have heard anyone approaching. "Co Kanade," she said, using the traditional Cherokee greeting. Her voice carried the weight of years and the accent of someone who had learned English as a second language. "You have come to the old boundary. Ma'am, you need to leave this area," I said, though my voice lacked conviction. Something about her presence felt both comforting and terrifying. "There's a search operation in progress," she smiled, revealing teeth that were too white and too sharp. "I am Nanyahi Atsadi, granddaughter of the mountain spirits. I have been waiting for you to find your way here." The name struck me like lightning. Nanyahi, Nancy Ward, was a Cherokee war woman who had died in 1822. Atsadi meant wisdom. This woman claimed to be the granddaughter of spirits, which in Cherokee cosmology would make her something far more than human. "The 4 lost ones crossed the boundary 3 nights ago," she continued, gesturing toward the stone circle. "They were drawn by dreams that are not dreams, called by voices that speak in frequencies your kind cannot hear. But you hear them, don't you, grandson of the old blood?" I nodded slowly. The haunting calls had grown quieter but not stopped, creating a sonic backdrop that seemed to vibrate in my bones. "Where are they?" "In the space between spaces, walking with the Kekle Kudle. Your people have many names for them, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Wood Ape, but we have known them since before the ice came south. They are the keepers of the compact, the agreement made when your ancestors first walked these mountains." She moved closer, and I could see that her eyes held depth that seemed to extend beyond the physical. When she spoke, her breath carried the scent of sacred fires and ancient ceremonies. "Your great-grandmother spoke truly when she said names have power. You carry the name of the first hunter, the guardian who was charged with maintaining the balance between the world of men and the world of others. That responsibility has awakened in your blood, called forth by the breaking of the old boundaries. What compact? I asked, though part of me already knew. The stories my great-grandmother had told, the ones I'd dismissed as folklore, suddenly felt as solid as the stone circle around us. When the Cherokee first came to these mountains, we found them already inhabited. The Keklakudila are older than our memories, older than the stories we tell to children. They agreed to withdraw to the deep places, the caves and hidden valleys, in exchange for our promise to guard the boundaries and ensure that certain truths remained hidden from those who would exploit them. A bone-deep howl echoed from somewhere in the darkness beyond the clearing, followed by another, then another. The electromagnetic interference spiked, causing my radio to emit a harsh screech before falling silent. The world has changed, Nanihe continued. Your people spread across the land like floodwater, bringing machines that pierce the earth and minds that refuse to believe in anything they cannot measure. The compact weakens with each generation that forgets the old ways. And when the boundaries fail, she gestured toward the oak tree where the clothing still swayed in the phantom breeze. People disappear. Some disappear, others return, changed. The 4 who crossed 3 nights ago, they will be given a choice. They can remain in the shadow realm, becoming guardians themselves, or they can return to your world carrying knowledge that will either drive them to madness or force them to become protectors of secrets. I thought of the dozens of missing persons cases I'd worked over the years, the ones where we'd found no trace despite extensive searches, and the few where we'd found survivors who spoke of time distortion and impossible encounters before falling silent under the weight of disbelief from family and authorities. What choice do I have? I asked. The same choice your ancestors faced. You can turn away, file a report about hikers who became lost and may never be found, and return to your small world of policies and procedures. Or you can honor your name and step through the boundary to bring them back. She pointed to a gap between 2 of the standing stones that I hadn't noticed before. The space seemed to shimmer like heat waves, and through it I could see not more forest, but a landscape that defied description. Trees that moved without wind, starless sky that pulsed with colors I had no names for, and in the distance, massive shapes moving between the twisted trunks with grace that belied their enormous size. If I go through, can I come back? That depends, Ninihe said, on whether you can remember that you are Kanadi, guardian of the hunt, and not simply Michael Kane, forest ranger. Names have power, grandson. Your true name is the key to walking between worlds and finding your way home. The howling grew louder, more insistent. In the strange harmonics, I began to hear something that sounded almost like words, though spoken in no language I recognized. The missing hikers' voices, perhaps, calling from beyond the boundary that separated the rational world from the realm of legends. My radio crackled back to life with weak, staticky voice. Ranger Kane? Status. Backup en route. Respond. I looked back toward the trail that would take me to safety, to backup, to a world where missing persons cases were solved with search dogs and helicopters rather than ancient compacts and supernatural guardians. Then I looked at the shimmering portal between the standing stones where 4 people waited in a place that shouldn't exist for rescue by someone who carried a name older than the mountains themselves. If I don't come back, I said into the radio, tell them I was honoring my family name. Nanihai smiled and began to fade like morning mist. Remember, Kanadi, in their realm, belief shapes reality. What you expect to find will become what you find. Trust in the old ways, and the old ways will trust in you. I stepped through the gap between the stones and felt the world dissolve around me. The boundary between legend and reality didn't break. It simply shifted. The transition between worlds felt like stepping through a curtain of static electricity that left every nerve ending tingling. One moment I stood in a forest hollow bathed in blood moonlight. The next, I found myself in a realm where the laws of physics bent like tree branches in a storm. The air here was thicker, almost tangible, carrying scents of loam and living things that had never known the touch of sunlight. Above, instead of a star-filled sky, a dome of swirling aurora danced in colors that hurt to look at directly. Purple so deep they bordered on black, greens that pulsed with their own inner light, and veins of silver that moved like living things across the ethereal canvas. The trees were familiar yet wrong. Oaks and maples I recognized, but twisted into impossible configurations. Trunks that spiraled upward in perfect helixes, branches that wove together into complex geometric patterns, roots that extended above ground level to form natural bridges and arches. Everything was larger here, as if the forest had been designed for inhabitants far bigger than humans, and those inhabitants were everywhere. I saw them first as shadows moving between the twisted trunks, massive bipedal forms that flowed through the forest with surprising grace. 8 feet tall at minimum, some considerably larger, covered in dark hair that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Their eyes glowed with a soft amber radiance that reminded me of moonlight on still water. The Kekle-Kudla, the giants of Cherokee legend, guardians of the boundary between worlds. One of them approached, moving with deliberate slowness that I recognized as a gesture of non-aggression. Up close, its features were even more unsettling. Undeniably ape-like, yet possessing an intelligence that shone through those glowing eyes. When it spoke, the words bypassed my ears entirely and resonated directly in my mind. "Welcome, guardian of the hunt. We have been waiting." The voice carried harmonics of wind through stone, water over granite, the deep patience of geological time. I found I could respond in the same manner, my thoughts taking on weight and substance in this place where intention mattered more than physics. "I've come for the lost ones," I projected. "They are not lost. They have found more than they sought. But come, see for yourself." The creature, I realized I couldn't think of them as mere animals, not with that level of intelligence, turned and began walking deeper into the shadow realm. I followed, noting that my footsteps made no sound on the forest floor, as if the very ground absorbed all disturbance. We walked for what felt like hours but could have been minutes. Time moved strangely here, measured not in moments but in intentions and purposes. The electromagnetic interference that had plagued my equipment in the normal world was absent. Instead, everything hummed with a different kind of energy, older and more organic. Eventually, we came to a clearing where the 4 missing hikers sat in a circle around a fire that burned without consuming fuel. They appeared unharmed but fundamentally changed. Their eyes held the same depths I'd seen in Nanyahi's gaze, as if they'd been looking into infinity and found it looking back. Sarah Mitchell, a 34-year-old marketing executive from Atlanta, looked up as we approached. When she spoke, her voice carried new harmonics, as if she'd learned to speak in frequencies that touched the soul as well as the ear. "Ranger Kane," she said, somehow knowing my name though we'd never met. "We've been expecting you." Her husband David sat beside her, along with the other couple, Tom and Jennifer Walsh. All 4 showed the same transformation, a depth of awareness that seemed to extend beyond the merely human. "Are you injured?" I asked, falling back on my training. "Your families are worried. We need to get you back." "Back to what?" David asked. "To lives spent in cubicles, staring at screens, pretending that quarterly reports and stock prices matter when there are worlds like this existing parallel to our own? They have been offered the choice," the Kekle-Kudla communicated to me, "as is traditional when humans cross the boundary willingly." "What choice?" I asked aloud. Tom Walsh answered. "To return to our old lives with the knowledge that everything we thought we knew about reality was wrong, or to remain here and become guardians ourselves. Bridges between the worlds, helping to maintain the balance." "You have families?" I said. "Jobs, responsibilities?" "I had a family," Jennifer said softly. "My daughter died 3 years ago. Leukemia. Do you know what it's like to watch a child die from something that could have been cured if we hadn't spent generations destroying the very forests that hold the cure? The Kekle-Kudla showed me plants here that could heal anything, but they can't exist in our poisoned world." I felt the weight of their dilemma. In this realm, every word carried emotional resonance that made lies impossible and truth unavoidable. Jennifer's grief was a palpable thing, as real as the aurora dancing overhead. "The choice is not permanent," the Kekle-Kudla explained. "Those who remain may return to your world when needed. Those who leave may come back when called. But the boundary grows weaker with each passing season. Soon there will be no choice at all. Either the worlds will merge chaotically, or they will separate forever." "What about the compact?" I asked. "The agreement between the Cherokee and your people?" The creature's thoughts carried what could only be described as profound sadness. "Your grandmother's people honored their part for many generations, but the Cherokee Nation was broken, scattered, forced onto distant lands. Those who remained forgot the old ways, adopted new gods, new purposes. The compact survives only in bloodlines like yours. Individuals who carry both the memory and the responsibility." I understood then why I'd been drawn to this place, why my great-grandmother had given me that medicine pouch, why the name Kanati had never felt like just a family tradition but like a burden and a calling. "The 4 of you," I said to the hikers, "you're being asked to become part of the compact, to help maintain the boundary." Sarah nodded. "But we can't make that decision for you. The Guardian must choose as well. Will you honor your name, Kanati, or will you return to your world and let the boundaries collapse?" Through the canopy of twisted branches, I could see shapes moving in the distance. More of the Kekle-Kudla. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds. This realm was larger than I'd imagined, populated by beings whose very existence challenged everything the modern world claimed to believe about the nature of reality. My radio crackled to life. Somehow, impossibly, it was receiving signals across dimensions. Ranger Kane, this is base. Backup has reached the trailhead. What's your location? The static-filled voice of my supervisor seemed to come from another universe entirely. In a sense, it did. The choice must be made now. The Keklakudla communicated. Dawn approaches in your world. The boundary will close until the next turning of the seasons. I looked at the 4 transformed hikers, then at the massive being whose species had walked these mountains since before human civilization began. The weight of centuries pressed down on me. Generations of Cherokee who had honored the compact, maintained the balance, kept the secret that protected both worlds from chaos. If I stay, I asked, who will guard the boundary from the other side? There are others. Few, but they exist. Those who carry the old blood, the old knowledge. They will be drawn to take up the watch. My great-grandmother's stories whispered in my memory. Other families, other bloodlines, scattered across the country but connected by purpose and ancestry. The network she'd hinted at but never fully explained. The radio crackled again. Ranger Kane, respond. We're organizing a full search and rescue operation. I keyed the mic, feeling the weight of the decision settle on my shoulders like a mantle passed down through generations. This is Ranger Kane, I said. The missing hikers are safe, but the situation is complicated. I need more time. Negative, Kane. Return to base immediately. I looked at Sarah, David, Tom, and Jennifer. 4 ordinary people who had stumbled into extraordinary circumstances and now faced a choice that would define not just their futures but the fate of 2 worlds. Time is the one thing we don't have, I said, and turned off the radio. The decision was made. Now came the hard part, living with it. In the shadow realm, dawn was a different thing entirely. Not the gradual brightening of sky that marked morning in our world, but a subtle shift in the aurora's dance. A change in the quality of the light that filtered through the impossible geometry of the twisted trees. Time moved differently here, measured not in hours but in moments of significance, decisions that rippled across dimensions. The Keklakudla who had guided me, I had begun to think of him as the speaker, for he seemed to be the one designated to communicate with humans, gestured toward a section of forest I hadn't noticed before. Through the trees I could see structures that defied easy description, buildings that seemed to grow from the living rock. Their walls formed from crystalline deposits that pulsed with the same ethereal light as the aurora above. Come, the speaker projected. There is much you must understand before the boundary closes. We walked, the 4 transformed hikers, myself and our massive guide, toward what I could only think of as a city, though it bore no resemblance to any human settlement. The buildings rose in organic spirals connected by bridges that looked like fossilized lightning. Their surfaces covered in symbols that hurt my eyes to look at directly but somehow conveyed meaning on a level deeper than language. This is the archive, the speaker explained as we approached the largest structure, the repository of knowledge gathered across the centuries by those who walked between worlds. Inside, the building was even more disorienting. Shelves that extended infinitely upward and downward held not books but crystalline matrices that glowed with stored information. The air itself seemed thick with accumulated wisdom, making each breath feel like an education. Other beings moved through the archive. Not all of them Keklakudla. I saw entities that were clearly not human but possessed an intelligence that transcended mere animal awareness. Creatures of living shadow that flowed like liquid darkness. Beings of pure light that left afterimages when they moved. And things so alien that my mind simply refused to process them into coherent forms. The compact between your people and mine, the speaker continued, was never just about these mountains. It was about maintaining the barriers that keep the dimensions from merging chaotically. Your world and ours exist in parallel, but there are others, many others. Without guardians to maintain the boundaries, they would collapse into each other, creating chaos beyond imagination. Sarah Mitchell approached one of the crystalline matrices, her transformed senses allowing her to interface with it directly. As she touched the surface, images flowed through the crystal, visions of other times, other places where the boundaries had failed. My God, she whispered. The Bermuda Triangle, the disappearances in national parks, the places where people vanish without a trace. She turned to face us, her eyes wide with understanding. They're not random. They're breach points where the boundaries are thin. Your species is approaching a critical juncture, the speaker confirmed. Your technology grows powerful enough to tear holes between dimensions, but your wisdom has not grown to match. The electromagnetic fields generated by your machines weaken the barriers. Soon, maintaining the boundaries will require active intervention rather than passive guardianship. David Walsh was examining another section of the archive, his transformed perception allowing him to read symbols that would have been meaningless to normal human consciousness. There are others like us, he said, people who've crossed over and chosen to stay. They're not just missing persons, they're recruits in a war most people don't know is being fought. The weight of responsibility settled on my shoulders like a physical thing. My great-grandmother's stories had hinted at this, the suggestion that our family's role as guardians was part of something much larger than protecting local mountain folklore. What about those who choose to return? I asked. The hikers who disappear and come back with stories no one believes. They serve a purpose as well, the speaker projected. Their accounts, though dismissed as fantasy or delusion, plant seeds in human consciousness. They prepare your species, slowly and gradually, for the revelation that your world is not the only reality. Tom Walsh looked up from a display that showed shifting patterns of light and energy. This is beautiful and terrifying at the same time, he said. But I have a wife, children. How can I abandon my responsibilities to them for this? The question, the speaker replied, is whether your responsibilities to them are better served by returning to ignorance or by helping to ensure their world continues to exist. It was a harsh truth, but one that resonated with the enhanced awareness we all shared in this place. The boundaries between dimensions weren't just philosophical concepts, they were the foundation upon which reality itself rested. I thought of my own life back in the normal world. My job as a forest ranger, my small apartment, the routine of daily existence that had felt so important just hours ago. Against the backdrop of interdimensional warfare and the preservation of reality itself, it all seemed insufficient. What would staying here actually mean? Jennifer asked. What would we become? The speaker gestured toward a section of the archive where other transformed humans worked alongside the alien entities. You would become bridges, he explained. Translators between species and dimensions. Your human perspective is valuable precisely because it is human. You understand both worlds in ways neither pure humans nor pure Kekla can. I watched one of the transformed humans, a woman who might have been in her 40s when she crossed over, though time moved differently here, communicating with a being of living light through a combination of gesture, telepathy, and what looked like controlled electromagnetic fields. She noticed my observation and approached. I was a physicist, she said, her voice carrying the same enhanced harmonics as the missing hikers. I disappeared from a research facility in Nevada 15 years ago. My colleagues thought I was dead. In a way, I suppose I was. The woman who lived in that limited reality died when she learned how vast the true universe actually is. Do you ever regret the choice? I asked. She smiled, and for a moment her transformed features showed a glimpse of the human she had been. I regret that I can't share this knowledge with everyone. That most humans will live and die never knowing how magnificent existence really is. But regret the choice itself? Never. My radio crackled to life again, the signal somehow penetrating the dimensional barrier. Ranger Kane, this is search and rescue. We're at your last known position. Where are you? The voice of my supervisor carried an edge of panic. In the normal world, I'd been missing for nearly 12 hours, long enough for a full-scale operation to be launched, long enough for my absence to be noticed by family and friends. The four hikers looked at me with expressions that mixed understanding with sorrow. They knew, as I did, that every moment we delayed made our eventual return to the normal world more difficult to explain. The boundary closes at the next turning, the speaker projected. The decision must be made. I looked around the archive, at the accumulated wisdom of millennia, at beings who had transcended the limitations of single-world existence. Then I thought of the world I'd left behind. Flawed, limited, but populated by billions of people who deserved a chance to continue existing even in ignorance. If I go back, I asked, how will I maintain the boundary from the other side? The same way your ancestors did, through vigilance, through the preservation of sacred sites, through the cultivation of those bloodlines that carry the ancient knowledge. The work is harder now. Your people's machines disrupt the natural barriers, but it is not impossible. The transformed physicist approached me, her enhanced senses reading the conflict in my aura. The choice isn't permanent, she said. The boundaries open regularly for those who know how to find them. You can return to fulfill your guardian duties here when needed. I understood then that the choice wasn't between worlds, it was between roles. Stay here and become a bridge between dimensions, or return to serve as a guardian on Earth, protecting the boundary from the other side. Both were necessary. Both were forms of service. I keyed my radio. This is Ranger Kane. I have located the missing hikers. We're We're going to need some time to extract them safely. The terrain is challenging. Roger that, Kane. What's your location? I looked at the speaker, at the 4 transformed humans, at the alien beings who worked tirelessly to maintain the structure of reality itself. We're exactly where we need to be, I said. I'll update you when we're ready for pickup. The boundary shimmered, waiting for our final decision. Dawn was coming to both worlds, and with it, the moment when words would become action. The moment of choice arrived not with fanfare but with a subtle shift in the ethereal aurora above, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. In the archive, the crystalline matrices pulsed with increased intensity, their stored knowledge seeming to strain against containment. I could feel the boundary between worlds beginning to solidify, the window of opportunity slowly closing. The speaker approached our small group of humans, his massive form radiating a mixture of ancient wisdom and urgent concern. When he projected his thoughts, they carried the weight of geological time and the immediacy of a ticking clock. The turning approaches. Those who remain must take their place in the greater working. Those who return must carry the burden of knowledge back to their world. Sarah Mitchell stood first, her transformation complete enough that she seemed to glow with inner light. I'm staying, she said simply. My work in marketing was about selling people things they didn't need. Here, I can help preserve something they can't live without, whether they know it or not. Her husband David nodded slowly. We've talked about it, our old life. It feels like sleepwalking now. How do you go back to worrying about mortgage payments when you've seen the machinery that keeps reality functioning? Tom Walsh struggled more visibly with the choice. My kids, he said. How do I explain to a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old that Daddy isn't coming home because he's fighting interdimensional entities to keep their world from collapsing? Children adapt more easily than adults to new realities, the speaker projected. They have not yet learned to deny what their senses tell them. Your offspring will understand, in time, that their father chose to protect rather than abandon them. Jennifer Walsh took her husband's hand. Tom, remember what we felt when we first crossed over? That sense of finally finding where we belonged? Can we really turn our backs on that? I watched their struggle, understanding it all too well. The rational part of my mind cataloged all the reasons to return. My job, my responsibilities, the search and rescue operation that was probably expanding by the hour. But the deeper part of me, the part that carried my great-grandmother's stories and the weight of an ancient name, recognized that I had been preparing for this choice my entire life. The transformed physicist approached us again, her enhanced senses reading the emotional resonance around our group. The hardest part, she said, isn't making the choice. It's living with the knowledge of what you've left behind. But you have to understand, the work we do here touches every life in your world. Every person who goes to sleep safely at night owes their peace to guardians they'll never know existed. My radio crackled one final time. Kane, we need your status. The media is starting to pick up on 4 missing hikers plus a forest ranger. This is becoming a situation. I looked at the device in my hand, a piece of technology that could somehow breach dimensional barriers but couldn't begin to convey the reality of what I discovered. The normal world was calling, demanding explanations that couldn't be given, solutions that wouldn't be understood. Sarah, David, I said, turning to the first couple. You're certain about staying? As certain as we've ever been about anything, Sarah replied. We can do more good here than we ever could in Atlanta. Tom and Jennifer exchanged a long look, communicating in the way that only couples who've shared decades together can manage. Finally, Tom spoke. We're staying too. Our kids, they'll be safer with us working to protect the boundaries than they would be with us back home pretending none of this exists. I nodded, understanding their choice even as it complicated mine. As the only law enforcement officer in the group, I would be the one expected to provide explanations, to file reports, to account for what had happened to 4 civilians under my watch. And your choice, guardian of the hunt? The speaker inquired. I touched the medicine pouch at my belt, feeling the sacred items my great-grandmother had given me. In this place where intention shaped reality, they pulsed with power that had been waiting decades to be fully awakened. I need to return, I said, the words feeling like they were being torn from my soul. Someone has to maintain the boundary from the other side. Someone has to prepare the way for others who carry the old blood, help them find their way to places like this when they're needed. The speaker's emotional resonance shifted to what I could only interpret as approval mixed with sorrow. The hardest path, but perhaps the most necessary. Your world will have great need of guardians in the time to come. What do I tell them? I asked. About the missing hikers? Tell them the truth, he replied. As much truth as they can accept. Missing persons who were found safe but chose not to return to their old lives. It happens more often than your authorities admit. The transformed physicist handed me something, a small crystal that seemed to contain its own aurora, swirling with colors that shifted based on the angle of view. A communication device, she explained. It will allow limited contact between dimensions. Use it wisely. Sarah approached and embraced me, her transformed nature allowing her to project her thoughts directly. You're not abandoning us. You're making sure others can find their way here when the time comes. I felt the boundary beginning to solidify, the window between worlds preparing to close. The four hikers moved toward the deeper parts of the archive, where other transformed humans were learning to interface with technologies that transcended anything our world had developed. Go now, the speaker projected. The path will remain open for you alone until the next turning. When your world has greater need, you will be called to return. I walked back through the twisted forest, past the crystalline city, toward the shimmering gap between dimensions. With each step, I felt the weight of normal reality pulling at me, the laws of physics reasserting themselves, the comfortable limitations of single-world existence beckoning like a warm bed on a cold morning. But I also felt something else, the steady pulse of the crystal in my pocket, the knowledge that I now carried information that could save both worlds, and the deep satisfaction that comes from finally understanding one's true purpose. The boundary loomed before me, a doorway of coruscating energy that led back to a reality that would seem impossibly small after what I'd experienced. I stepped through, feeling the universe reorganize itself around me, and found myself back in the stone circle under the blood moon. My radio immediately came alive with voices. Kane, respond, we have your location, we're coming to you. I looked around the hollow, empty now except for the ancient stones and the oak tree whose branches no longer held torn clothing. In this reality, the hikers had simply vanished, leaving no trace except the footprints that led to nowhere. But in my pocket, the crystal pulsed with alien warmth, and in my memory, four brave souls were beginning new lives as bridges between worlds. I keyed the radio. This is Ranger Kane. I'm at the stone circle in Devil's Hollow. The missing hikers. I paused, choosing my words carefully. They're safe, but they won't be coming back. What do you mean they won't be coming back? I looked up at the blood moon, now fading as dawn approached the normal world. In a few hours, I would file the most unusual report of my career. In the weeks to come, I would face questions I couldn't fully answer and investigations I couldn't completely satisfy. But I would also begin the real work, identifying others who carried the old blood, preparing them for the choice they would eventually face, and maintaining the ancient compact that kept two worlds from destroying each other. I said into the radio, that sometimes people find something worth more than the life they left behind. As the backup team's voices grew closer through the forest, I touched the crystal in my pocket and felt the distant presence of the four guardians who had made their choice. The boundary was secure. The compact endured, and somewhere in the files of missing persons cases across the country, other potential guardians waited to be awakened to their true purpose. My name is Michael Kane, but the Cherokee side of my family calls me Kanati, guardian of the hunt, and I finally understand what I'm hunting for. As a park ranger, I learned that when hikers report seeing a ranger who looks exactly like you patrolling areas where you've never been, it's time to request a transfer. The first report came on a Tuesday in late October. I was checking trail conditions at the visitor center in Elkhorn when Logan, one of our regular hikers, approached the desk with an odd expression. Hey Sean, I thought you were out on Bray Road this morning, he said, setting down his thermos. I haven't been on Bray Road in weeks, I replied, feeling the first whisper of unease crawl up my spine. Logan frowned. That's weird. I could have sworn I saw you about 2 miles in, standing just off the trail. You were looking into the woods, didn't respond when I called out. I shrugged it off as a case of mistaken identity. Ranger uniforms look similar enough from a distance, but 2 days later an elderly couple reported the same thing. Then a photographer. Then a family with 2 young children. All described seeing me in locations where I hadn't been, standing motionless, watching the forest. By the 3rd week I'd submitted my transfer request. Walworth County had always felt off to me, even before these incidents. Growing up in southern Wisconsin, I'd heard all the stories about the Beast of Bray Road, a werewolf-like creature that had terrified locals since the late 1980s. I never believed those tales, attributing them to overactive imaginations and the strange way darkness transforms the rural landscape. My supervisor, Nathan, denied my request. We're understaffed as it is, Sean. It's just hikers seeing things. These woods play tricks on people's minds. I didn't argue. Nathan was retiring in a month, and his replacement Gavin seemed more reasonable. I'd try again then. The November air turned bitter as I patrolled the northern section of the county park. Leaves crunched beneath my boots, the only sound in the otherwise silent forest. Wisconsin winters came early, and the dying light filtered weakly through bare branches. My radio crackled, Nathan's voice breaking through static. "Sean, I need you at the Delavan trailhead. We've got a situation." When I arrived, 3 squad cars from the sheriff's department were parked haphazardly, lights flashing. Nathan stood talking with Sheriff Kyle Mason while deputies combed the area. "What happened?" I asked. Nathan's face was grim. "Missing hiker, college student from Madison. His friends say he ventured off trail about 3 hours ago, following what he thought was a ranger." My blood ran cold. "Did they describe the ranger?" Sheriff Mason answered. "They said it looked exactly like you, which is impossible since you were conducting educational programs at the visitor center all afternoon." The search lasted until nightfall with no results. We found one of the students' gloves, a water bottle, and disturbing tracks that made no sense. Some appearing human, others decidedly not. The footprints would start normally, then suddenly deepen as if the person's weight had doubled, before transforming into something with claws that disappeared into the underbrush. That night I couldn't sleep. The wind howled outside my cabin, branches scraping against the windows like desperate fingers seeking entry. I reviewed local folklore, searching for anything that might explain what was happening. The Beast of Bray Road sightings stretched back decades, with numerous encounters reported around Elkhorn, Delavan, and throughout Walworth County. Witnesses described a tall, fur-covered creature with wolf-like features that sometimes walked on 2 legs. Many reports mentioned glowing yellow eyes and an overwhelming stench like decaying meat, but nothing in the lore mentioned the creature mimicking humans or creating doppelgangers. At 3:17 a.m., my phone rang. It was Owen, another ranger who patrolled the southern section. "Sean, you need to come to the station now," he said, his voice shaking. "What's wrong?" "They found the missing student's camera. You need to see the photos." 20 minutes later, I stood in the small ranger station as Owen pulled up the images on a computer. The first few showed typical hiking scenes, friends posing on trails, landscape shots of the forest. Then came a series taken after the student had apparently separated from his group. The third photo from the end made my stomach lurch. It showed a figure in a ranger uniform standing about 50 yards away, back turned to the camera. The final photo was a close-up, as if the student had approached the figure. It had turned slightly, and though the face was mine, the eyes were solid black, the skin around them cracked like dry earth. "This doesn't make sense," I whispered. Owen nodded grimly. "There's more. A hiker reported something else today. She was on the trail near Spring Prairie when she saw a ranger, looking like you, standing by a massive tree. She said when the figure turned, its uniform rippled like something was moving underneath." I spent the rest of the night reviewing historical records, searching for any similar incidents. In 1936, nuns at St. Coletta Convent in Racine reported seeing a groundskeeper in multiple places simultaneously before one of their own disappeared. In 1978, 3 hikers vanished near Baraboo after reporting a park employee that wasn't right. Each incident occurred during years of increased Beast of Bray Road sightings. As dawn broke, I made a decision. If the department wouldn't let me transfer, I'd take matters into my own hands. Something was using my appearance to lure people into the forest, and I couldn't sit by while more disappeared. I packed my gear and headed toward Bray Road. If I wanted answers, I needed to find my doppelganger. Morning fog hung heavy over Bray Road as I parked my truck at the old fire service entrance. This section of forest was technically closed to the public. The trails here had been abandoned after severe storm damage 3 years ago. Perfect for whatever was impersonating me. I checked my equipment: GPS, radio, first aid kit, flashlight, knife, bear spray, and my personal Glock 22. The service weapon wasn't standard issue for Wisconsin park rangers, but after 8 years in the department, I'd secured special permission. The weight of it against my hip provided little comfort as I ventured into the mist-shrouded trees. The forgotten trail was barely visible, nature reclaiming what humans had surrendered. I documented everything on my phone. Unusual tracks, broken branches, anything that might indicate something large moving through the area. For 3 hours, I found nothing beyond typical forest signs: deer prints, raccoon scat, the occasional turkey feather. Around noon, I reached a small clearing where the rangers used to maintain a rest area. The wooden picnic table was rotting, split down the middle as if something heavy had crashed onto it. Nearby, a maple tree displayed unusual markings, deep gouges in the bark about 7 feet up the trunk, far higher than a bear would mark. As I photographed the claw marks, the radio on my belt crackled. I expected Nathan or Owen, but only static emerged, punctuated by what sounded like breathing. I switched channels, but the breathing continued, growing heavier. "This is Ranger Sean Winters. Identify yourself," I demanded. The breathing stopped abruptly. Then, through the static, I heard my own voice respond. "Ranger Winters. Assistance needed. Injured hiker. Raccoon Hollow." Raccoon Hollow was nearly 2 miles northeast, a small depression in the landscape known for its rocky outcroppings. The voice was mine, but the cadence was wrong, too measured, as if each word was being carefully selected. I knew better than to head directly there. Instead, I radioed the station. "Owen, has anyone reported an injured hiker today?" After a moment of silence, Owen responded. "Negative. All quiet today. Where are you?" "Just checking the old trails near Bray. Someone just used my voice on Channel 3 to report an injured hiker." "Sean, Channel 3 has been down for maintenance since yesterday. No one could broadcast on it." My skin prickled as I surveyed the clearing. Something was watching me. I could feel it. "Owen, I need you to track my GPS position. If I don't check in every 30 minutes, send Sheriff Mason." "What's going on, Sean?" "I'm going to find out what's using my identity." Against better judgment, I headed toward Raccoon Hollow, but circuitously, approaching from the western ridge where I'd have a clear view of the depression below. The fog had lifted, but dark clouds now threatened rain. Perfect horror movie weather, I thought grimly. From my vantage point, I scanned the hollow with binoculars. At first, I saw nothing unusual. Just the familiar rock formations and a small seasonal stream nearly dry from lack of rain. Then movement caught my eye. A figure in a ranger uniform stood by the largest boulder. Even from this distance, I recognized myself. The same build, the same posture. The doppelganger was perfectly still, facing away from me, looking down at something I couldn't see. I documented everything with my phone camera, zooming in as much as possible. Through the lens, I noticed something disturbing. The uniform occasionally rippled along the back, as if something beneath it was shifting position. A crack of thunder broke my concentration. When I looked back, the figure was gone. I waited 10 minutes before descending into the hollow, approaching the boulder cautiously. The ground around it told a story I struggled to comprehend. Multiple footprints, identical to my boot treads, circled the area, some pressing so deeply into the mud they must have been made by something far heavier than a human. Behind the boulder, I found a backpack. The name tag identified it as belonging to the missing student. Inside was a journal with entries detailing his fascination with the Beast of Bray Road legend. The final entry sent ice through my veins, following a ranger deeper into the woods. Something's off about him. His movements aren't quite right. When he turned toward me, just for a second I could swear his eyes were completely wrong. But I need to know what he wants to show me. Rain began to fall as I photographed the journal and packed it away as evidence. The storm intensified quickly, forcing me to seek shelter in a small rock overhang nearby. As water coursed down the hillside, something pale tumbled from the undergrowth above, a human femur scraped clean. I radioed Owen immediately. "I've found evidence of the missing student and what appears to be human remains. Sending coordinates." The response was my own voice again, distorted through static. "Remain in place. Help coming." Thunder crashed directly overhead, and in the momentary illumination of lightning, I saw a figure standing in the rain just 20 yards away. My doppelganger, perfectly still despite the downpour, watching me. Another flash revealed it had moved closer, now only 15 yards away, without making a sound. Its face, my face, was expressionless, but the eyes were wrong. Not black as in the photo, but yellow with vertical pupils. I drew my Glock and shouted over the storm. "Identify yourself." The thing tilted its head at an impossible angle, nearly 90 degrees. Its mouth opened too wide, revealing teeth that no human should possess. When it spoke, it used my voice, but broken into disjointed fragments. "Sean Winters, help. Coming. Stay. Forest." I fired a warning shot into the air. The creature didn't flinch. Instead, it smiled. A terrible parody of my own smile stretched too far across its face. Lightning struck a nearby tree, temporarily blinding me. When my vision cleared, the thing was gone, but a new sound rose above the storm. A low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from all directions at once. I retreated deeper under the overhang, weapon ready, rain soaking through my uniform. Night was still hours away, but the storm had turned the forest prematurely dark. My phone showed no signal, and the radio emitted only static interspersed with my own distorted voice repeating fragments of previous transmissions. I was alone with whatever stalked these woods. Something that could wear my face and speak with my voice. Something connected to the legendary Beast of Bray Road, but far more cunning than any creature in the stories. As I waited for the storm to pass, I realized a terrible truth. I wasn't hunting it, it was hunting me. Chapter 3. Echoes in the Dark. The storm persisted into evening, transforming the forest into a treacherous maze of mud and flooded depressions. I abandoned the rock overhang when water began seeping in, forced to navigate through the downpour toward higher ground. My uniform clung to my skin, each step a battle against the saturated earth trying to claim my boots. With darkness approaching and my radio useless, I had two options: attempt to reach my vehicle in failing light or find secure shelter until morning. The nearest ranger cabin was on the eastern perimeter, roughly 3 miles through increasingly hazardous terrain. My truck was about the same distance in the opposite direction. I chose the cabin. Better to have solid walls between me and whatever wore my face. The forest had transformed in the storm. Familiar landmarks were obscured by rain and shadow, forcing me to rely on my GPS. Twice I heard movement paralleling my path, something large keeping pace through the underbrush. Each time I turned my flashlight toward the sound, I caught only glimpses of retreating shadows. An hour into my trek, I found fresh tracks crossing my path. Ranger boots identical to mine, but the gait was wrong. The stride length varied impossibly, sometimes 8 feet between prints, as if the creature had briefly bounded on all fours before resuming its human mimicry. The tracks led toward the eastern perimeter, exactly where I was headed. At 8:42 p.m., my flashlight caught something ahead that stopped me cold. A ranger hat, my spare from the truck, hung on a branch directly in my path, perfectly positioned at eye level. Beneath it was a small canvas bag. I approached cautiously, weapon drawn. The bag contained a Park Service radio, an older model we'd phased out years ago, and a Polaroid photograph showing Nathan, Owen, and me at last year's department picnic. Our faces were scratched out, replaced with crude yellow eyes drawn in what looked like dried blood. The radio suddenly activated, emitting a series of clicks followed by a guttural sound between a growl and speech. I nearly dropped it when my voice emerged from the speaker. Sean. Home. Waiting. The implications chilled me more than the rain. The creature knew where I was going. It was hurting me. I changed course immediately, veering north toward Jefferson County. There was an old hunting cabin owned by Jason, a fellow ranger who'd let me use it during deer season. It wasn't on any official maps, a potential sanctuary if I could reach it. The forest grew denser as I navigated by memory and the occasional landmark visible in my failing flashlight. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, but the damage was done. Twice I nearly lost my footing on slick embankments, the second time sliding halfway down a ravine before catching myself on an exposed root. As I climbed back up, my light caught movement at the ravine's edge. The doppelganger stood watching me, its borrowed face now showing signs of transformation. The skin around its jaw had split, revealing dark fur and elongated teeth. Its eyes gleamed yellow in the flashlight beam. I raised my weapon, but it made no move to attack. Instead, it cocked its head as if studying me. "What are you?" I demanded. The thing's mouth moved unnaturally, struggling to form words with a jaw that was shifting between human and animal. "We are guardian. Forest protector. You've been taking people." It nodded slowly. "Trespassers. Desecrators." It gestured vaguely eastward. "They build, they cut, they poison. We preserve." A twig snapped in the darkness beyond my light's reach. Then another. The creature smiled with too many teeth. "Family, coming." I fired twice at the doppelganger. It moved with impossible speed, disappearing into the shadows as more sounds emerged from the forest around me. Multiple entities converging on my position. I ran. The next hour became a desperate flight through waterlogged terrain. I abandoned stealth for speed, crashing through underbrush, splashing across swollen streams. Behind me, shadows moved between trees, sometimes on 2 legs, sometimes on 4. Yellow eyes flashed in my peripheral vision, always keeping pace but never closing the distance, as if the pursuit itself was the point. I reached the hunting cabin near midnight, lungs burning, legs trembling with exhaustion. The small structure was dark and silent, its metal roof pinging softly with residual raindrops. I approached from the rear, circling to ensure nothing waited in the immediate vicinity. The door was locked, but Jason always kept a key hidden in a fake rock near the woodpile. My hands shook as I retrieved it, constantly scanning the tree line where shapes seemed to shift in the darkness. Inside, I secured every window and door before allowing myself to breathe. The cabin was a single room with basic amenities: a wood stove, small kitchenette, cot, and, thank God, a shotgun mounted on the wall. I checked the breech, loaded as Jason always kept it. I stripped off my soaked uniform and hung it by the stove, which I lit with shaking hands. As warmth gradually filled the space, I inventoried my situation. 2 weapons, limited ammunition, no working communications, and unknown numbers of creatures that could seemingly transform between human and beast lurking outside. The legends of the Beast of Bray Road had never mentioned shape-shifting or mimicry. What I faced was something folklore had failed to capture, something intelligent and organized. Around 1 a.m., I heard something on the roof, careful, deliberate movement tracking back and forth, then scratching at the windows, subtle at first, growing more insistent. I positioned myself in the corner with the clearest sight lines to all entry points, both weapons within reach. A voice called from outside. Nathan's this time, not mine. "Sean, you in there? We've been searching for you since you missed your check-in." I remained silent. Nathan wouldn't be out here alone in the middle of the night. "Sean, it's not safe out here. There's been another disappearance. We need to regroup." When I didn't respond, the voice changed, becoming Owen's, then shifting to a perfect imitation of Sheriff Mason. "Ranger Winters, this is an order. Open the door." The deception confirmed what I'd suspected. These creatures could mimic anyone they'd observed. I wondered how long they'd been watching us, learning our mannerisms, our voices, our patterns. Something heavy landed on the porch. The door handle turned slowly, testing my lock. When it held, a low growl of frustration vibrated through the walls. Then came a new sound, a rhythmic thumping from multiple directions. I realized with horror they were testing the cabin's structural integrity, searching for weaknesses. They found one at 2:17 a.m. The small bathroom window, reinforced but still vulnerable, shattered inward as a massive clawed hand reached through. I fired the shotgun without hesitation. A howl of pain echoed as the appendage withdrew, taking pieces of the window frame with it. I used the moment to barricade the bathroom door with the refrigerator, but the assault had just begun. For the next hour, they tested every possible entry point, while voices called to me using familiar tones, colleagues, friends, even my mother's voice pleading for help. The psychological warfare was effective. Exhaustion and adrenaline created a dangerous cocktail that made focusing difficult. I found myself nodding off despite the danger, jerking awake at every new sound. Dawn was still hours away when the attacks suddenly ceased. The forest fell silent, save for the normal sounds of wildlife returning. Had they given up? I doubted it. I used the respite to check the window they'd attacked. Blood, dark and viscous, with an odd silvery quality, coated the broken glass and dripped down the wall. I collected a sample in an empty water bottle, determined to have it analyzed if I survived. As false dawn lightened the eastern sky, I caught movement through the front window. A figure stood at the forest's edge. Not my doppelganger this time, but a ranger I didn't recognize. It waved once, then turned and walked into the trees. Minutes later, my phone chirped. Service restored. 3 missed calls from Owen and a text. "Where are you? Nathan missing since yesterday. Search teams mobilized." I had a signal. I could call for help. But something felt wrong about the timing. Outside, something howled, a sound between wolf and human that raised every hair on my body. It was answered by similar calls from multiple directions. They were coming back. And this time, they were coming together. First light revealed what the creatures had done while I barricaded myself inside the cabin. Arranged in a perfect circle around the structure were 11 park ranger hats, each positioned on a stake driven into the ground. At the center of the clearing stood a crude effigy made from twisted branches and clothing scraps, a human-shaped figure wearing a tattered ranger uniform. I photographed everything from the windows, documenting the macabre display while maintaining the cabin's security. My phone showed 1 bar of service, enough to send images to Owen with a text. "Trapped at Jason's hunting cabin. Unknown hostiles. Send armed backup. Not rangers. Verify identities." The message sent, but Owen's reply came back garbled. Most words replaced with random characters. Only fragments were legible. "Nathan found. Medical. Not human. Stay. Coming." I tried calling the sheriff's department directly. The call connected but contained only static and what sounded like distant howling. Something was interfering with communications. The same entities that could mimic human voices seemed capable of disrupting technology when it suited them. I was effectively isolated again. I used the daylight to better fortify the cabin, moving furniture against vulnerable points and fashioning makeshift weapons from kitchen implements. The shotgun had 5 shells remaining and my Glock held 11 rounds plus 1 chambered. Limited ammunition against unknown numbers. By mid-morning, the forest had come alive with normal sounds, birds calling, squirrels chattering, The deceptive normalcy was broken only by occasional glimpses of movement just beyond clear sight. A ranger uniform disappearing behind distant trees, a flash of yellow eyes watching from deep shadow. They were containing me, not attacking. Waiting for something. I reviewed what I knew, sketching a timeline of events in a small notebook Jason kept by the wood stove. The doppelganger sightings had begun 3 weeks ago. The first disappearance occurred 5 days later. Historical records showed similar patterns stretching back decades, always in cycles. Activity for several months followed by years of dormancy. What had triggered this cycle? What had changed in the forest? The answer came when I found a faded newspaper clipping tucked inside Jason's local wildlife guidebook. 6 months ago, the county had approved development plans for the eastern section of the protected forest, a minimally invasive resort complex that would claim nearly 200 acres of old-growth woodland. They build, they cut, they poison. We preserve. The creature's words made terrible sense now. These entities, whatever they were, saw themselves as forest guardians. The development threatened their territory, and they had responded by infiltrating the human power structure responsible for forest management, the Ranger Service. By noon, the temperature had climbed uncomfortably, the cabin becoming stifling despite the broken bathroom window. I rationed water from Jason's emergency supply, fighting exhaustion after a sleepless night. I needed to maintain vigilance, but my body demanded rest. I compromised by positioning myself in the corner with the clearest view of all entry points, propping my back against the wall with the shotgun across my lap. I would allow myself 10 minutes of closed eyes, no more. I woke to the sound of a vehicle approaching. The sun had shifted position. I'd been asleep for at least 2 hours. Cursing myself, I moved carefully to the window. A Ranger Service truck was parking in the clearing, its familiar green and white paint job partially obscured by mud. Sheriff Mason stepped out, followed by 2 deputies I recognized, Ian and Ethan. All 3 were armed with service weapons and wore tactical vests. They moved with professional caution, scanning the tree line as they approached the cabin. "Sean Winters," Mason called. "We've got the place surrounded. Come out slowly with your hands visible." I watched them carefully. Their movements seemed natural, their uniforms properly worn. But after what I'd seen, I couldn't trust appearances. "Identify yourselves," I shouted through the door. Mason looked confused. "It's Sheriff Mason, Sean. You know me." "Prove it," he sighed. 2 years ago, you helped my son with a science project on forest ecosystems. He got an A, and I bought you a beer at Elkhorn Tavern. There were peanut shells all over the floor, and you kept complaining about how they stuck to your boots. It was a genuine memory, specific enough that it seemed unlikely a mimic could know it. But I remained cautious. "Why are you looking for me?" "Nathan turned up this morning wandering along Highway 12. He's in the hospital. Severe dehydration, exposure, trauma. He was raving about creatures in the forest. Then we got your message." Mason stepped closer. "Sean, what's happening out here?" I weighed my options. If they were legitimate, I needed their help. If they were mimics, I was already trapped. "I'm coming out," I said. "But I'm armed and I'm keeping my weapon ready." I unlocked the door, pushing it open with my foot while maintaining distance. Glock positioned at my side, but accessible. The 3 men remained where they were, hands visible. "We need to talk," I said. "But not here. These woods aren't safe." Mason nodded to his deputies, who began scanning the perimeter more intently. "We've got a tactical team assembling at the ranger station. Let's move." As we approached their vehicle, I noticed something that sent ice through my veins. The truck's rear tire had sunk slightly into the soft ground, revealing the undercarriage, which was caked with the same dark, silvery substance I'd collected from the broken window. These weren't humans. I raised my weapon as Mason turned, his expression shifting from confusion to something predatory. His face rippled, the skin around his jaw splitting to reveal glimpses of what lay beneath. "You should have left when the signs began, Sean Winters," he said, his voice degrading into something guttural. The forest offered warning. The deputies were changing too, their forms becoming fluid beneath their uniforms. I fired twice at the nearest one, striking center mass. The creature stumbled but didn't fall, dark ichor seeping through its uniform. I ran for the tree line, hoping to lose him in the thick undergrowth. Behind me, clothes ripped as the entities abandoned their human guises. Howls echoed through the forest, not just from my pursuers but answered by others in the distance. They were converging. I crashed through the forest, navigating by instinct toward what I hoped was the eastern perimeter and the actual ranger station. The sound of pursuit was terrifying, not the crashing progress of humans but the fluid, almost silent movement of predators evolved for woodland hunting. A fallen tree provided momentary cover, I pressed myself against the decomposing trunk, controlling my breathing as I scanned for movement. Nothing visible, but I could sense them, patient, circling, communicating in ways I couldn't perceive. Then I saw it. Not 50 yards away stood a figure that made my blood freeze. It was me, not the imperfect doppelganger from before, but a perfect copy down to the mud stains on my boots and the fresh scratch on my forearm from the broken window. Beside it stood Nathan, his ranger uniform torn to reveal patches of dark fur beneath. More figures emerged from the trees, some wearing ranger uniforms in various states of transformation. Others fully shifted into something between wolf and human, walking upright on powerful hind legs. I counted 7 before giving up. They were assembling, forming a hunting party with my perfect double at its center. The doppelganger raised its head, inhaling deeply, then pointed directly at my position. They had my scent. I broke cover, abandoning stealth for speed. The forest became a blur as I pushed my exhausted body beyond its limits. Branches whipped my face, roots threatened to trip me with every step, but stopping meant death. The eastern perimeter was marked by a service road. If I could reach it, I might flag down a vehicle or at least find clearer terrain for a final stand. My pursuers were gaining, their howls closer, filled with the certainty of predators who know their prey is failing. I burst through the final line of trees onto the gravel road, immediately blinded by headlights. A vehicle skidded to a stop mere feet away. The driver's door flew open and Owen leaped out, a shotgun in his hands. "Get in!" he shouted, firing past me into the tree line. I hesitated for only a second. Was this another trap? But the genuine shock on Owen's face and the precise way he handled his weapon convinced me. This was the real Owen. I dove into the passenger seat as he fired once more before jumping behind the wheel. The engine roared as he accelerated, tires spitting gravel. In the side mirror, I watched my doppelganger step onto the road, surrounded by its pack. It raised a hand almost in farewell as the distance between us grew. "What the hell were those things?" Owen demanded, knuckles white on the steering wheel. "I don't know," I answered truthfully, "but they've been here all along, watching us, learning from us." As we sped toward the ranger station, I described everything I'd seen and learned. Owen listened in silence, his expression growing more grim with each detail. "Nathan's been saying similar things," he finally said. "The medical staff think it's trauma-induced psychosis. They've got him sedated." "He's not crazy," I said. "And this isn't over." Owen glanced at me. "What do you mean?" I watched the darkening forest slip past the windows, feeling yellow eyes tracking our escape from hidden depths. "They let us go," I said quietly. "They could have taken that truck if they wanted to." This was a message. What message? I thought about the development plans, about territories violated and ancient guardians awakened, that the forest has its own rangers now. The days following my escape blurred together in a haze of debriefings, medical examinations, and disbelief from authorities. Sheriff Mason, the real one, listened to my account with professional courtesy but clear skepticism. The missing student's body was recovered from a ravine near Raccoon Hollow, his death attributed to exposure and injuries consistent with a fall. No mention was made of the evidence I'd found or the journal entries describing a ranger doppelganger. Nathan remained hospitalized, heavily sedated whenever his delusions became too vivid. Only Owen believed me, having glimpsed the creatures himself during my rescue. We kept our theories private, recognizing that the truth would sound like madness to anyone who hadn't witnessed it firsthand. 3 weeks after the incident, I sat in my apartment reviewing the evidence I'd secretly gathered. Photographs, samples of the silvery blood, historical records of similar occurrences stretching back decades. The pattern was undeniable once you knew what to look for. Disappearances and ranger doppelganger sightings always preceded major development projects in the forest. The doorbell rang, interrupting my thoughts. I approached cautiously, weapon within reach, a habit I'd developed since returning to civilization. Through the peephole, I saw Gavin, Nathan's replacement as head ranger. I opened the door but blocked the entrance. "Gavin? Didn't expect to see you off duty," he smiled tightly. "We need to talk, Sean. May I come in?" I studied him carefully. No signs of the unnatural movement that had betrayed the mimics before. But I'd learned to trust nothing. "What was the first thing you said to me when you joined the department 4 years ago?" I asked casually. His expression remained neutral. I asked if the coffee was always that bad or if someone was playing a joke on the new guy. I stepped aside, allowing him entry but maintaining distance. Gavin glanced at the evidence spread across my dining table but made no comment as he took a seat on my sofa. "The county council is voting tomorrow on the resort development. he said without preamble. I know. Your testimony about unusual activity in the forest has some of them concerned. He leaned forward. They sent me to assess whether you're stable enough to return to duty. I laughed bitterly. You mean they want to know if I'm going to cause problems at the vote? Something like that. Gavin studied me. Nathan's being transferred to a specialized facility next week. Long-term care. The implication was clear. Continue pushing this story, and I'd face the same fate. What do you want from me, Gavin? The truth. His expression softened slightly. Off the record, man to man, what really happened out there? I considered my options. Gavin had always been reasonable, pragmatic. He'd also spent years in these forests before transferring to our department. If anyone might be receptive to the truth, I told him everything. The doppelgangers, the transformations, the territorial message. As I spoke, his face remained impassive, offering no clue to his thoughts. When I finished, silence hung between us. Finally, he sighed. I believe you. Before I could respond, he continued. In my previous posting in Jefferson County, we had similar incidents, rangers reporting seeing themselves in impossible locations, hikers describing unusual encounters. Management buried it, attributed it to stress or wildlife misidentifications. Hope flared briefly. Then you'll help me stop the development? Gavin shook his head. I'll help you understand what you're dealing with. These entities, they're not mindless beasts, Sean. They're guardians with an ancient claim to the land. Fighting them directly would be suicide. So we just let them take people? Let them continue this infiltration? No. We establish boundaries, mutual respect. He reached into his jacket, removing a folder. These are the original development plans. The resort would have claimed this entire section of old-growth forest. He opened the folder, revealing detailed maps. Yesterday, the developers suddenly submitted revised plans, cutting the footprint by 80% and preserving all the oldest sections of forest. No explanation given, just a complete reversal of their previous position. I stared at the maps, understanding dawning. They were approached. Gavin nodded. The CEO canceled a press appearance 2 days ago. When he resurfaced, he seemed changed. More environmentally conscious, he claimed. Spiritual awakening, or he met something in the woods that showed him alternatives to his plans, I suggested. Exactly. Gavin collected the maps. The vote tomorrow will approve the revised development. Limited human encroachment, most of the forest preserved. A compromise, and the disappearances, the mimicry, will likely stop once the territorial dispute is resolved. He met my gaze directly. Unless we provoke them again. After Gavin left, I sat alone with this new understanding. The creatures weren't mindless killers, they were guardians employing terror as a negotiation tactic. Effective, if brutal. The next morning, I attended the county council meeting. The revised development plans passed unanimously, celebrated as a win for both progress and conservation. I watched the CEO speak passionately about environmental stewardship, noting the unnatural stillness in his movements and the occasional yellow flash in his eyes when the lights hit them at certain angles. 1 week later, I returned to duty. The doppelganger sightings had ceased completely. Nathan was transferred to the facility upstate, his experience reduced to a cautionary tale about the dangers of solo night patrols. The missing student's case was closed, his death officially an accident. Life in Walworth County returned to normal. Or what passed for normal when you knew what really lived among the ancient pines. On my first patrol of the eastern perimeter, I found a ranger hat placed carefully on a fallen log near the new boundary line established by the revised development plan. Beneath it lay a Polaroid photograph of me standing at my apartment window, a reminder that I was still being watched. I left the hat and photo untouched, but placed beside them my ranger badge. A gesture of recognition. A promise to respect their territory if they respected ours. As I turned to leave, I caught movement at the forest's edge, a familiar silhouette watching me. My doppelganger raised a hand in acknowledgement before melting back into the shadows of its domain. I understood the message clearly. The forest would always have its guardians. Some wore ranger uniforms with badges, others wore ranger faces with yellow eyes. As I drove back toward the station, I passed the Welcome to Walworth County sign with its cheerful slogan, "Where nature and community thrive together." I couldn't help but smile at the unintentional truth of those words. Community indeed, human and otherwise, negotiating an uneasy peace in the shadow of the ancient pines. The limestone mountains of Picos de Europa breathed with an ancient rhythm that morning, exhaling mist from their countless hidden mouths. These peaks contain some of the deepest cave systems found in Europe, where the greatest volume of water channeled underground through limestone passages carved over millions of years. Eloy Campilio Perez stood at the edge of Sotras, watching the fog roll between the jagged peaks, and felt something shift in the mountain's depths, a subtle tremor that spoke of hunger. At 31, Eloy had learned to read the mountain's moods. As forest ranger, he knew every trail, every hidden cave where the famous blue cheese aged in darkness. As mayor, he knew every secret his people carried. But lately, the mountain seemed different. The limestone caves that honeycombed the peaks had always whispered. Water dripping through endless passages, air moving through chambers no man had ever seen. Now those whispers carried a different tone. The Spanish Civil War had ended 6 years ago, but its ghosts still wandered these heights. General Franco's fascist victory had driven Republican fighters into the wild places, and the Picos de Europa had swallowed them whole. Some said 30,000 men had vanished into Spain's mountains. Eloy wondered how many had found their way into the deep places, into caves that descended over 1,000 meters into the earth's bowels. Walking the familiar path to his ranger station, Eloy passed the entrance to one of the cheese caves. The opening was modest, just large enough for a man to squeeze through with a wheel of cabrales strapped to his back. But Eloy knew these caves connected to vast networks that stretched for kilometers underground. Local cheesemakers had to hike for hours to reach some of the deeper caves, carrying their precious cargo on foot or horseback to wooden shelves deep inside where the cheese would age for months in complete darkness. The war had changed everything about these mountains. Where once shepherds had moved freely between the peaks with their flocks, now every shadow might conceal a guerrilla fighter or a civil guard patrol. The ancient caves that had sheltered shepherds during storms now harbored men with guns and grievances that ran deeper than the limestone passages themselves. Eloy's morning routine felt different today. The birds seemed quieter. Even the ever-present sound of water moving through stone, the mountain's circulatory system, carried an undertone that made his skin crawl. When he reached his station, a note waited for him. The handwriting belonged to Alfonso Martinez, his fellow ranger and friend since childhood. Need to talk. Important information about the resistance. Meet me at the old oak grove after dark. Eloy's hands trembled as he read. Alfonso had always been cautious to the point of paranoia since the war ended. If he was requesting a meeting about the guerrillas, something significant had happened. That evening, fog thick as wool blanketed the mountainside. Eloy made his way to the oak grove, ancient trees that had stood when the Romans first glimpsed these peaks. The limestone beneath his feet was treacherous in the mist, sharp runnels and grikes carved by acidic rain, creating the perfect niches for mountain plants but dangerous footing for men. Alfonso emerged from the fog like a specter, his face pale and drawn. Eloy, thank God you came. I've been wrestling with this for days. What's happened? The civil guard approached me last week. They know about the resistance activities in our sector. They know Juan Fernandez Ayala is operating from the high caves. Eloy felt his blood chill. Juan had been his closest friend before the war. Brilliant, passionate, convinced that Spanish fascism could be defeated if the resistance remained strong enough long enough. If Franco's forces had located Juan's hideout, they want information. Alfonso continued. Specific locations, meeting times. They've promised protection for our families if we cooperate. And if we don't? Alfonso's silence answered that question. The fog seemed to press closer, and somewhere in the distance Eloy heard a sound that made his bones ache. A low moaning that might have been wind through cave openings but carried notes of something far more unsettling. In these mountains, the caves were known for their sounds, air moving through passages creating mournful wailing that had inspired local legends about supernatural creatures dwelling in the depths. I haven't given them anything yet, Alfonso whispered. But they're coming back tomorrow. They want locations of the guerrilla camps, and they specifically mentioned Juan. You know I can't ask you to risk your family, and I can't ask you to risk yours. But Eloy, there's something else. Something the guard captain said. He claimed they already have sources inside the resistance. Someone close to Juan has been feeding them information. The moaning sound from the caves grew louder, joined by others, a chorus of wind through limestone passages that sounded almost like voices calling from the deep places. Eloy had heard similar sounds his entire life, but tonight they seemed to carry words. Come down. Come deep. Feed the darkness. He shook his head, trying to clear it. We need to warn Juan? How? You know he won't trust any message that comes through normal channels now. And if there really is an informant, another sound joined the cave song, a rhythmic knocking, like hammers against stone, echoing from multiple directions. Local legends spoke of creatures called Tommyknockers that lived in caves and mines, whose knocking either warned of danger or caused cave-ins. depending on whether they were benevolent spirits or malevolent ones. I'll have to meet with him directly, Eloy decided. Face to face. He'll listen to me. That's suicide. If you're seen with him, if you're caught, then I'll be careful. But as they parted ways that night, both men felt eyes watching from the darkness. The limestone caves around Sotres had witnessed countless secrets over the millennia. Now they were about to witness another tragedy, one that would echo through their passages for 73 years. In the deepest cave beneath the mountain, a shaft called Torca de Topanoria that plunged nearly 200 meters straight down, something stirred in response to the approaching betrayal. The limestone walls, carved by millions of years of patient water, began to weep in anticipation. April 15, 1945. The abandoned villa sat like a wound in the forest, its stone walls crumbling back into the earth from which they'd been quarried. Wild roses had conquered the courtyard, their thorns thick as barbed wire. Eloy approached through morning mists that clung to the peaks like funeral shrouds, each step on the limestone path echoing with ominous resonance. Juan Fernandez Ayala waited inside, flanked by 4 of his most trusted fighters. At 27, Juan had aged decades in the 6 years since the war's official end. His eyes held the hollow gleam of a man who'd seen too much death, lived too long in darkness. The guerrilla leader embraced his old friend, but Eloy felt tension in the gesture, the careful weariness of someone who'd learned that betrayal could come from anywhere. "You took a risk coming here," Juan said. "We both did. But this couldn't wait." The villa's walls seemed to lean inward as Eloy explained Alfonso's revelation. Ancient mortar crumbled at their voices, dust motes dancing in shafts of sunlight that pierced the rotting roof. Outside, the sound of dripping water from the caves seemed to grow more insistent, as if the mountain itself was listening. Juan's man Stephen, a former schoolteacher, Gary, who'd lost his entire family to Franco's purges, Dennis, barely 18 but already a veteran of a dozen ambushes, listened with faces carved from stone. They'd survived by trusting no one completely, and now even that fragile trust was dissolving. "Alfonso could be lying," Stephen suggested, "testing your loyalty. Or the guards could be feeding him false information," Gary added, "making him think there's an informant when there isn't." But Juan shook his head. "There have been signs, patrols appearing where they shouldn't know to look, supply drops intercepted. Someone has been talking." The dripping sound from outside intensified, joined by what sounded like whispered conversations. The mountain's underground rivers carrying sounds through passages that connected cave to cave across kilometers of limestone. These cave systems formed a vast underground network where water dissolved calcium carbonate and entered the subsoil through sinkholes, creating rivers that found deeper spaces, abandoning their former courses to carve galleries and wells sometimes hundreds of meters deep. "There's something else," Eloy said reluctantly. "The guards specifically mentioned you by name, Juan. They know about your operations here." Dennis moved to the window, hand on his pistol. "Could be anyone. Shepherds see our camps, travelers spot our supply routes." "No." Juan's voice carried absolute certainty. "It's someone inside. Someone who knows our plans before we execute them." Through the villa's broken windows, the morning mist began to clear, revealing the limestone landscape beyond, a terrain so riddled with caves and fissures that entire armies could vanish without trace. Sharp potholes called Jews dotted the surface, making the area notorious for the dangers faced by walkers and mountaineers. Local legends claimed these holes were mouths of sleeping giants ready to swallow the unwary. That's when they heard the footsteps. The sound came from multiple directions, boots on stone, the careful tread of men moving through treacherous terrain. Juan's fighters had chosen this villa specifically because it could be easily defended, with clear sightlines and multiple escape routes. But now those advantages seemed meaningless. "How many?" Gary whispered, checking his rifle. Dennis peered through a crack in the wall. "At least a dozen. Maybe more in the tree line." The civil guard had come in force, but they'd made one crucial error. They'd announced their presence too early, allowing the guerrillas time to prepare. Juan smiled grimly. "They want us alive. Otherwise they would have just opened fire." "What do we do?" "We remind them why the Picos de Europa swallowed 30,000 of Franco's best men." The battle that followed would be remembered in local folklore for generations, though the official records would omit crucial details. The guerrillas knew every limestone ledge, every hidden approach, every cave entrance that could serve as escape route or ambush point. They turned the broken villa into a fortress, using the rubble and thorn-covered walls to create perfect firing positions. When the first civil guard assault came, 2 fascist soldiers fell immediately to perfectly placed shots from Stephen and Dennis. The others took cover behind the stone walls of the courtyard, but the guerrillas had anticipated this. Juan had cached weapons and ammunition in multiple positions during previous months, turning the entire area into a killing field. The battle raged for 3 hours, gunfire echoing off limestone cliffs and disappearing into cave mouths that seemed to swallow sound itself. The fascists had superior numbers, but the guerrillas had intimate knowledge of terrain that had been carved by millions of years of patient water, creating a landscape of sharp edges and hidden depths. But as the morning wore on, the sounds of battle began to change. The echoes from the gunfire started returning differently, as if the cave systems beneath them were amplifying and distorting each shot. Some of the soldiers reported hearing their own voices calling back to them from the depths, urging them deeper into the mountain. When the civil guard finally retreated to regroup, they left behind more than just their dead. They left behind men who seemed to have simply vanished. Not killed, not wounded, just gone. Searchers would find their equipment scattered near cave entrances, but the men themselves had been swallowed by limestone passages that descended into absolute darkness. Juan and his fighters used the lull to gather what they could from the bodies of the fallen fascists. Among the dead was a civil guard captain whose uniform jacket contained a folded paper, their operational orders, complete with intelligence about guerrilla activities and the name of their informant, Alfonso Martinez. "I'm sorry, old friend," Juan said when Eloy read the name, "but you know what this means." Eloy nodded, understanding that their childhood friendship was about to end in blood. The mountain's whispered voices seemed to grow louder, as if sensing approaching death. That evening, as the survivors made their way back to their hidden camps through passages that had been carved by ancient glaciers and patient water, they heard new sounds from the deepest caves. Not the familiar drip of condensation or the whistle of air through passages, but something that sounded almost like weeping. The Torca de Topanoria had been carved over millions of years by water seeking the path of least resistance through limestone, creating a shaft that plunged nearly 200 meters straight into the mountain's heart. Local shepherds avoided the area, claiming the cave entrance breathed with malevolent intent. Tonight it seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the sacrifice it knew was coming. April 24th, 1945, the summons came at dawn. A single knock on Eloy's door, followed by Juan's voice calling softly through the wood. When Eloy emerged, he found his childhood friend flanked by Stephen and Gary, their faces grim as granite. The morning mist clung to the peaks like shrouds, and somewhere in the distance the caves were singing. "We need to talk," Juan said simply. They walked in silence through paths Eloy had known since childhood. Limestone tracks carved by shepherds and their flocks over centuries. The familiar landmarks, the twisted oak struck by lightning, the spring where crystal-clear water emerged from the mountain's depths, seemed different now, touched by an atmosphere of impending doom. The water that flowed from these springs had traveled through vast underground networks, dissolving calcium carbonate and carving galleries that could extend for kilometers beneath the surface. Local folklore claimed these waters carried messages between the deep places, that the mountain itself could speak through the liquid voices of its hidden rivers. Today, those voices seemed to whisper of death. The guerrilla camp lay hidden in a valley, accessible only through a narrow defile between towering limestone cliffs. Here, among caves that had sheltered Spanish shepherds for millennia, Juan's fighters had built their stronghold. Rough shelters clung to cave entrances, and supply caches were hidden in passages that extended deep into the mountain's core. But as they approached the camp, Eloy noticed something wrong. The usual sounds, men cleaning weapons, preparing food, the low murmur of conversation, were absent. The only sound came from the caves themselves, a rhythmic knocking that echoed from multiple directions, as if the mountain were trying to communicate in some primitive Morse code. Local legends spoke of Tommyknockers, supernatural creatures whose knocking either warned of danger or caused cave-ins. Today the knocking seemed to carry both meanings, warning and threat intertwined. "Alfonso has been feeding information to the civil guard for months," Juan said without preamble. "The attack on the villa, our lost supply drops, the patrols that knew exactly where to find us, all of it traces back to him." Eloy felt something cold settle in his stomach. "You're certain?" Stephen produced the captured documents from the civil guard captain. Page after page of intelligence reports, meeting locations, names of resistance fighters, all in Alfonso's careful handwriting. "He's been documenting everything," Gary said bitterly. "Our strength, our weapons, our plans. Franco's dogs know more about our operations than some of our own men." The knocking from the caves intensified, joined by a low moaning that seemed to emerge from the deepest passages. The moaning cavern's titular sound had served as a siren song for nearly 100 prehistoric people whose remains were found at the bottom, having been tempted to their death by the mysterious sounds. "What do you want from me?" Eloy asked, though he already knew. Justice? Juan replied. The kind of justice these mountains understand. They walked deeper into the valley, past cave entrances that exhaled cold air carrying scents of limestone and ancient darkness. Some of these caves descended over 1,000 meters into the Earth's core, creating vertical worlds where sunlight had never penetrated and water carved impossible architectures of stone. At the valley's heart sat the entrance to Torca de Topanoria, a limestone shaft that plunged nearly 200 meters straight down into absolute darkness. Local shepherds had always avoided the area, claiming the cave breathed with malevolent purpose. Children were warned never to approach the entrance, where loose stones might give way beneath unwary feet. Alfonso betrayed not just us but every man who died fighting fascism, Juan continued. Every family destroyed by Franco's purges, every dream of a free Spain. The cave entrance seemed to exhale as they approached, releasing air that had circulated through passages carved over millions of years. The breath carried whispers, not quite words but sounds that suggested meaning, as if the mountain itself were participating in their conversation. I understand your anger, Eloy said carefully. But Alfonso is still my friend. There might be explanations. Explanations? Stephen's voice cracked with fury. Men are dead because of his information. Our friends, our brothers, led into ambushes because Alfonso sold them for fascist silver. The limestone beneath their feet was treacherous here, riddled with fissures and hidden holes that could swallow a man without warning. The acidic rain had carved sharp runnels and grikes into the rock surface, creating perfect niches for alpine plants but dangerous footing for humans. As they talked, more sounds emerged from the cave system, voices that might have been wind through passages, or might have been something else entirely. The echoes seemed to carry words. Feed us. Feed the darkness. Give us what we hunger for. The mountain is calling for justice, Juan said. And Eloy wasn't sure if his friend was speaking metaphorically or if he'd begun to believe the local superstitions about these caves having consciousness and intent. That afternoon they brought Alfonso to the valley. The ranger came willingly, believing he was meeting with Eloy to discuss their predicament. His face went pale when he saw Juan and the other guerrillas waiting, but he maintained his composure. I can explain everything, Alfonso began, but Juan cut him off. We found your reports, your handwriting, your signature on documents that led to the deaths of our comrades. Alfonso's composure cracked. You don't understand the pressure. They threatened my children, my wife. They promised protection if I cooperated, death if I didn't. What choice did I have? The same choice we all had, Stephen replied coldly. The choice between courage and cowardice. The argument that followed would echo in the memories of everyone present. Alfonso pleaded, explaining his terror for his family's safety, his desperation to find some middle ground between competing loyalties. Juan and his men remained unmoved, their faces carved from the same limestone that surrounded them. As the sun set behind the peaks, painting the limestone cliffs blood red, the sounds from Torca de Topanoria grew louder. The moaning, the knocking, the whispered voices, all seemed to build toward some inevitable crescendo. The mountain has heard everything, Juan said finally. It knows about betrayal, it knows about justice, and it's hungry. What happened next would remain hidden in the depths of the cave for 73 years, but the limestone walls would remember every detail. They would preserve the sounds of that evening like some geological recording device, waiting for the right moment to play back the echoes of betrayal and revenge. The Torca de Topanoria opened its mouth wider, exhaling ancient air that carried the scent of deep places where water had carved cathedrals of stone in absolute darkness. Somewhere in those depths, something waited with patience older than human civilization, ready to add new voices to its eternal chorus. Summer 2018. Dr. Mercedes Campillo Perez, 75 and fierce as the mountain winds, stood at the entrance to Torca de Topanoria and felt her father's presence in the limestone air. The professional cavers hired by the Spanish government worked methodically around her, preparing their descent into nearly 200 meters of absolute darkness, but Mercedes barely noticed their activity. She was listening to older sounds, whispers that had echoed through these passages for over 7 decades. The search team had been exploring the deep cave systems of Picos de Europa for months as part of the government's initiative to recover remains from Spain's turbulent past. These mountains contain some of the deepest cave systems in Europe, with over 3,700 caves forming a vast underground network carved by millions of years of water dissolving limestone. Each cave was a potential tomb, a repository of secrets the mountain had swallowed and preserved. Dr. Fernando Rodriguez, the expedition leader, approached Mercedes with respectful caution. Senora, we're ready to begin the descent. Are you certain you want to remain here during the excavation? Mercedes looked into the cave entrance, where mist seemed to breathe outward from depths that had never known sunlight. I've been waiting 73 years for this moment. I'm not leaving now. The cave's mouth was larger than expected, carved by ancient processes that had shaped the entire Picos de Europa region. Glaciation and karstification over hundreds of millions of years had created this landscape, where water entered the subsoil through sinkholes and carved galleries and wells sometimes hundreds of meters deep. The Torca de Topanoria was one of the deepest shafts in the region, its walls polished smooth by millennia of patient erosion. As the cavers prepared their equipment, Mercedes heard other sounds joining the familiar whisper of air through stone passages. Rhythmic knocking echoed from multiple directions, and she remembered childhood stories about supernatural creatures that lived in caves and mines. The Tommyknockers were said to knock either as warnings of danger or as harbingers of cave-ins, and their sounds often preceded discoveries of the dead. The descent began at dawn, 3 professional cavers disappearing into the shaft like offerings to some ancient deity. Their helmet lights created dancing shadows on the limestone walls, illuminating rock formations that had taken millions of years to form. Radio chatter from the descent team crackled with technical observations about the cave's structure, but Mercedes heard something else in the static. Voices that might have been echoes, or might have been something more. Deeper. Find us. We've been waiting so long. The first set of remains appeared after 6 hours of careful excavation. Bones embedded in mud and debris at the bottom of the shaft, mixed with fragments of cloth that had somehow survived decades in the cave's particular microclimate. When the cavers radioed their discovery, Mercedes felt her heart clench with a mixture of relief and grief. But as the excavation continued, the team made increasingly disturbing discoveries. The bones showed clear evidence of deliberate placement rather than accidental fall, arranged in a manner that suggested someone had climbed down to position the body with almost ritualistic care. More unsettling were the sounds that began emerging from deeper passages. The cave system extended far beyond the main shaft, connecting to networks that stretched for kilometers underground. From these hidden depths came new voices, not the familiar whispers of air through stone, but something that sounded almost like conversation. Dr. Rodriguez's voice crackled through the radio, tension evident despite his professional tone. Mercedes, we're finding evidence of multiple individuals. The remains are scattered throughout the chamber, but in patterns that suggest intentional arrangement. How many? Mercedes asked. A long pause. At least 2 distinct sets of remains, possibly more in the deeper passages. As afternoon faded into evening, the team extracted bone fragments that DNA analysis would later confirm belonged to Eloy Campilio Perez, but they also found something that would transform the discovery from simple historical recovery to active murder investigation. The remains of a young girl aged approximately 10 to 14 who had died sometime between 5 and 15 years after Eloy's execution. The girl's bones told a troubling story. Despite supposedly falling nearly 200 meters into a rocky cave floor, only her skull showed significant damage. Her femur and jaw were completely intact, as if someone had lowered her body into the depth rather than allowing her to fall. This anomaly suggested either an impossible physical scenario or something far more sinister, murder followed by a ritualistic burial in the mountain's depths. Dr. Fernando Cerullia, the renowned forensic anthropologist who had helped identify soldiers from the Falklands War, arrived the following week to examine the second set of remains. Her analysis only deepened the mystery. The girl's bone structure indicated a diet rich in low-fat animal proteins rather than the corn-based diet typical of rural families, suggesting she came from the more populous coastal regions rather than the mountain villages. This child was not a local shepherd, Dr. Cerullia announced. Her physical development, dental structure, and bone density all indicate she lived near the coast before coming to these mountains. But perhaps most disturbing were the DNA results that created a physical description of the unknown girl. 4'8" tall, with green eyes and dark brown hair. When this description was disseminated throughout Cantabria, no one came forward with information. It was as if the girl had existed only to disappear into the mountain's hunger. The evening after Dr. Cerullia's announcement, Mercedes camped at the cave entrance despite her family's protests. At 75, she was determined to maintain vigil over her father's final resting place and the unknown child who had shared his dark tomb. That night, alone with the limestone walls and the whispered conversations of underground rivers, Mercedes heard sounds that would haunt her remaining years. From the deepest passages came voices, not quite words but sounds that carried meaning. They seemed to be calling to each other across the vast network of caves, sharing stories of those who had entered the darkness and never returned. Among those voices, she was certain she heard her father's, still trying to explain, still seeking forgiveness for choices made in impossible circumstances. And beneath it all, a child's voice, speaking in a dialect she couldn't quite place, telling stories of a hidden community that had lived and died in the mountain's embrace without the outside world ever knowing they existed. The knocking sounds intensified throughout the night, echoing from caves and shafts throughout the surrounding peaks. The Picos de Europa contained over 400 kilometers of mapped cave passages, with new discoveries being made regularly by speleologists from around the world. Each of these caves seemed to be participating in some vast underground conversation, as if the mountain itself were processing the revelation of its long-held secrets. By morning, Mercedes had made a decision that would scandalize her remaining family, but somehow felt absolutely right. When the investigation concluded and her father's remains were returned for proper burial, she would ensure the unknown girl was buried beside him in Sotris Ancient Cemetery. "They've been together in the dark for so many years," she told the journalists who had gathered to report on the discovery. "It wouldn't be right to separate them now," but that decision would prove to be only the beginning of the mountain's revelations. As investigators continued exploring the cave system, they began finding evidence of other disappearances, fragments of clothing, personal items, bones that suggested Torquida toponoria had been feeding on human tragedy for far longer than anyone imagined. The limestone had been patient, preserving its secrets in chambers carved by millions of years of flowing water. Now, finally, it was ready to tell its stories. But with each revelation came new questions about what had really happened in those depths, and whether some hungers could ever truly be satisfied. October 2018, the autumn mists clung to the Picos de Europa like funeral veils, and in the depths of Torquida toponoria, something ancient stirred with satisfaction. The mountain had kept its secrets for 73 years, but now the limestone walls were ready to reveal truths that would reshape understanding of what had happened in those depths. Dr. Fernando Cerullia stood at the cave entrance, reviewing forensic reports that defied conventional explanation. 3 months of investigation had uncovered not 2 sets of remains, but evidence of at least 7 individuals who had entered the cave system over several decades and never emerged. The pattern suggested something far more disturbing than isolated tragedies. "The cave has been collecting," she announced to the assembled investigators, her voice carrying undertones of unease. "Each of these deaths shows similar characteristics, evidence of careful placement rather than accidental fall, positioning that suggests ritualistic behavior, and timing that coincides with periods of social upheaval in the region." The Spanish Civil Guard detective assigned to the case, Inspector Carlos Mendez, reviewed the timeline they had constructed. Eloy Campillo Perez in 1945, the unknown girl sometime between 1950 and 1960, an adult male in the 1970s whose dental work suggested he was from Northern Europe, 2 more individuals in the 1980s during the height of political tensions in the Basque regions, and most recently, remains that dated to the early 1990s. 7 people over nearly 50 years, Inspector Mendez said, all found in the same cave system, all showing evidence of deliberate placement. This isn't coincidence, but it was the discovery in the deepest chambers that had truly shaken the investigation team. Beyond the main shaft, where passages narrowed to barely human-sized crawlways, the cavers had found a chamber that defied geological explanation. The walls were covered in symbols, not carved but somehow formed by mineral deposits over decades, as if the limestone itself had been writing messages. The symbols told a story that connected all the victims across the decades. Images of betrayal, of communities hiding from authorities, of children separated from families during times of war and persecution. And beneath it all, recurring motifs of a presence that demanded payment, sacrifice, appeasement for some ancient wrong. Dr. Rodriguez, the expedition leader, had spent weeks mapping the chamber before admitting defeat. The symbols appear to have formed naturally through mineral deposition, but the patterns are too complex, too narrative to be purely geological. It's as if the cave itself has been remembering. The breakthrough came when investigators realized the chamber's symbols weren't random ancient markings, but a record of the hidden community that had lived in these mountains during and after the Spanish Civil War. Following Franco's rise to power, many innocent Spaniards had simply disappeared, not all victims of fascist persecution and not all joining guerrilla movements, but some choosing to live off the grid in Spain's remote, mine-riddled mountains. These invisible people had built ramshackle housing hidden among pine-blanketed hillsides, working as undocumented miners and creating their own society in the spaces between official recognition. They married, had children, lived entire lives in the shadows, but remained utterly secluded from the world around them. When someone from their community went missing, they would never involve outside authorities. A police investigation might uncover far more than just the truth about a disappearance. It could expose the entire hidden community to persecution they had spent decades avoiding. The unknown girl from the cave suddenly made sense in this context. She hadn't been a rural shepherd's child who accidentally fell to her death. She had been part of the invisible community, and when she vanished, her people had searched for her themselves, following tracks that led to the same limestone shaft where Eloy Campilio Perez had met his end decades earlier. But the girl's death had not been an accident either. The forensic evidence suggested she had been killed elsewhere and then lowered into the cave with ritualistic care, positioned beside Eloy's remains as if someone were creating a grotesque collection. The horrifying truth emerged slowly through careful analysis of soil samples, mineral deposits, and the testimony of elderly locals who finally felt safe enough to speak about the hidden community they had helped support over the decades. The unknown girl had not been the first child to disappear. Over the years, several young people from the invisible community had vanished, always during times of particular stress or exposure risk. Someone had been using the cave as both dumping ground and shrine, feeding victims to whatever presence dwelt in those depths. The limestone walls had absorbed more than just mineral deposits. They had soaked up decades of terror, grief, and desperate attempts to appease something that demanded regular sacrifice. Inspector Mendez's final report would remain classified for decades, but those who read it learned that the investigation had uncovered evidence of a serial killer who had operated across multiple decades, targeting the most vulnerable members of society, the people who had no official existence, whose disappearances would never be reported to authorities. The killer had intimate knowledge of both the hidden community and the cave systems, understanding exactly how to make victims disappear without trace. More disturbing, the evidence suggested the murders had been committed by someone within the community itself, someone who had convinced the others that periodic sacrifice was necessary to prevent discovery by hostile authorities. The symbols in the deepest chamber told the story of this deception. Images of a trusted figure, always present but face obscured, leading victims into the darkness. Pictures of the community prospering after each disappearance, as if the death somehow protected them from exposure. But the limestone had preserved more than just mineral records. In the deepest passages, where air circulation was minimal and preservation conditions optimal, investigators found fragments of clothing, personal items, and other evidence that painted a picture of systematic predation spanning decades. The final horror came when they realized the killer was still alive. DNA evidence from the most recent remains pointed to someone who had continued operating into the 1990s, possibly beyond. The methodical nature of the crime suggested someone with extensive knowledge of forensics, investigation procedures, and how to avoid detection. Inspector Mendez issued quiet alerts to law enforcement agencies throughout northern Spain, warning them to watch for similar patterns of disappearance among marginalized populations. But he knew the chances of identifying the killer after so many decades were minimal. The mountain had kept its secrets well, and some of those secrets would remain hidden in limestone passages that descended deeper than any investigation could reach. On the final day of active investigation, Mercedes Campilio Perez made one last visit to her father's gravesite. At 75, she had witnessed her father's vindication, seen his name cleared of collaboration with fascist forces, and learned the truth about his execution by former friends who had been driven to extremes by war and betrayal. But she had also learned that Eloy's death had been only the beginning of something far darker. The cave that had swallowed him had developed a taste for human tragedy, and someone had spent decades feeding that hunger with victims who would never be missed. Standing at the entrance to Torca de Topanoria one final time, Mercedes heard the familiar sounds: dripping water, air moving through passages, the geological conversations of limestone formations settling and shifting with imperceptible patience. But underneath those natural sounds, she still heard voices. Her father's voice, no longer seeking forgiveness but offering warnings. The unknown girl's voice, calling to other children who might be tempted to explore caves without understanding their dangers, and other voices, dozens of them, representing all the people who had entered these depths over the centuries and never returned. The limestone would continue its patient work, dissolving and reforming, creating new passages and sealing old ones, gradually erasing the physical evidence of what had happened in its depths. But the mountain's memory was longer than human lifespans, and some stories would echo through those passages long after the last human voice fell silent. As Mercedes walked away from the cave for the final time, she heard one last sound from the depths, a rhythmic knocking that might have been falling stones, or might have been the mountain's equivalent of applause. acknowledging an audience for stories it had waited so long to tell. The Picos de Europa breathed with their ancient rhythm, exhaling mist from countless hidden mouths ready to swallow new secrets and preserve them in limestone archives that would outlast civilizations. The mountain was patient, the mountain was hungry, and the mountain was always listening for the approach of new voices to add to its eternal chorus. In the deepest passages of Torqueda Topanoria, something settled back into dormancy. Satisfied for now with the chaos and revelation it had orchestrated, the limestone walls resumed their slow work of preservation and dissolution, waiting with geological patience for the next chapter in their endless story of human tragedy and mountain memory. The investigation was closed, but the hunger remained, patient as stone, deep as the passages that honeycombed the peaks, eternal as the limestone that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires and would witness countless more before the mountains themselves finally crumbled into the sea.